Let us stop building to-do lists. Let's start building armies. Well, if you're a developer in 2026 and you're still manually uploading videos to YouTube, you're losing. Even if you're not a developer, you're still losing posting videos manually to each account, to each YouTube channel. You're wasting the one resource you can never get back, and it's time. Well, in this tutorial, we are going to build a YouTube automation application that does not just post to your YouTube channel, it schedules the posts and it can post to multiple YouTube accounts. One video, same title, same description, sent to all your channels. This isn't just a file uploader, this is a smart tube command. It's a custom built AI ready broadcast center and is powered by FastAPI, Next JS 16, and a very unique library we like to call Celery, and the broker is none other than Redis. So today, I'm not just teaching you how to code, I'm teaching you how to build a content empire. We are going to architect the database, wire up the Celery workers, and build the glass morphism dashboard pixel by pixel. If you want to automate your life and you want to learn how automation works as a developer, well, buckle up and let's write some code. Okay, so starting off, we have our terminal here, and I have accessed my backend directory. Right now, I'm in my backend directory. And so I want to activate my virtual environment. And so this is the command that we run to activate our virtual environment, venv, and we have scripts, and it's a capital S. I want you to note it's a capital S, and we have scripts, and then we're going to activate our virtual environment. So this is how we activate our virtual environment. But before you activate the virtual environment, you have to make sure that you have installed the virtual environment. So this is how I create the virtual environment folder, and this is how I go about it. This is how I create the virtual environment folder. Now, the command is a little different for Mac. If it's Mac, it's something like Python 3, and then we have M, and then venv. And if you want to activate your virtual environment in MacBook, you go like Python v source venv, and then we have this slash. I don't know if there's a trailing slash or a backslash. Forgive me, I don't know the differentiation, but it's a different slash that we use from the Windows. So this is how you activate the virtual environment when it comes to using MacBook. But because I'm working with Windows, I'm going to have this to activate my virtual environment. So I'm going to just write scripts, and then I'm going to activate. And if I do this, then you can see these little parentheses that is green, and it shows that my virtual environment is activated. Now I want to open the code, and I want to show you something. I want to show you my requirements.txt. This is my requirements.txt. You can go ahead and copy it. And once I have my requirements.txt, I'm going to come here and I'm going to just say pip install. And then I'm going to have this dash and then R, and then it's requirements.txt. And make sure you are in your virtual environment when you're doing this, so that we can get these files in your virtual environment for easier deployment. So once I do this, I click enter, and I'm going to wait for this to install, and then we can start up our Docker and Redis configuration. So as we create this nice, great application, I want you to remember we need to have a brain to store the post while we are waiting for it to be scheduled. We need to store the brain, so we need to store this information about a post somewhere.
And where do we do this? Of course, in a database. So before I forget, I want to tell you that we are not installing a database locally. I know I mentioned PostgreSQL. Why? Because managing local database state is a pain and it's not how the real world works. Instead, we are going to use Neon. It's serverless, it's open source Postgres, and it gives a production database ready URL in less than 30 seconds. In this video, I'm not just going to show you how to connect to a database. Today, I'm going to show you how to architect one. We are using FastAPI for speed, Docker for orchestration, SQLAlchemy for our ORM. Think about Prisma. Well, SQLAlchemy is just the same. It's also an ORM. And most importantly, we're going to have another engine for our migration, and it's none other than Alembic. So you might not be so familiar with this tech stack, but hang on, you might learn something new. It's simple. So just come here and create a new project. And after you've created the new project, you can see the project dashboard, right? And you can just see right here, we have a connect button, we have import data, we have get extension, the neon VS Code extension. What you can do, okay, I never knew this was there. So let me try and see what this does. I just saw this new feature, to be honest with you. Let me just see. Let's just see what it does. And you install, and let's trash publisher. Connect to any neon branch and manage your database directly. Okay, it did not work. Don't worry about that. Come to Neon console and let's connect to database. And when you click on connect to database, there is a drop down menu here. And from this drop down menu, you can see we have a lot of options. You can connect Neon with Next.js, you can connect Django, you can connect Java. And I like Neon because of its simplicity and non-complexity. Now, you might have a different preference on this. You might decide to work with your local database, or you might be decide to work with a database like Supabase. They also offer SQL services, but for me, I really prefer to work with Neon. I see it as more simple. I like it because to me, it's way less complex than other services. So I'm just going to come here and create on this and click on the Alchemy option. And on the Alchemy option, you can see I have this snippet that I have to copy, but I want you to leave this first. I want you to come to .env on this tab, .env, and come and copy your database URL. So copy the snippet and just paste it in your .env.
So after we have copied our database URL from our Neon setup, we come and paste it right here in this new variable, the database URL variable, obviously, in our .env. And after doing that, I want to do something really quickly. I want to come here and just create a .gitignore, and I'm going to just have my .env file and venv, the whole folder ignored, so that when I'm pushing or committing to my Git, I not push this file. This file is too large, and this one .env is private. No one else should have access rather than the developer. So after this, we come to one of our most important files, and it's the database.py. And this file is super important, and I'm just going to paste it in right here, just like that. And I want you to note that it is quite some lines of code, and I just want to mention the most important things here. So we have this function, it's called the get async database URL. So by default, the SQL Alchemy runs on sync drivers, and we want our application to be running on async drivers so that the sessions can open and close cleanly. So the most important thing to note here is we are using the create async engine. notice the URL structure. Yes, notice the URL that I'm creating here. So we go ahead to split our database URL into two. That's the first element string. The first element string obvious is before the question mark. And if you note, your database URL is supposed to have a question mark. So we are going to split the database URL into two, and you're only going to take the first part, and the part that is remaining after the question mark, that is the string that is remaining of the question mark, is going to be ignored. And then you're going to come here and add this plus async pg. If we fail to add this, our application is going to crash and is not going to work as we want it to do. So if you miss that plus async pg, SQLAlchemy will try to use the default sync driver and your application is going to crash. Otherwise, as you can see, I have commented everything right here, everything that you need to know. And I want you to just note what I've told you. And I also want you to know that we also define the get async session. These are the dependency, and we are going to see how we're going to pass it into our API route later. We have right here our get async db, and this is what we're going to be passing as a dependency injection to our later CRUD functions, and we see how we do that. This right here is for our Celery workers, so we cannot share the global engine with our Celery workers. It might crash our application. This factory creates a fresh engine for every worker task. So this is going to help in our managing our concurrent task with the Celery. So we're going to have a completely different engine initialized for each Celery task. Yeah, but we have another engine that is also different from the Celery task, that is for the FastAPI. This is a global session for the FastAPI. That's all that you need to know basically. And after creating this database py file, I want to go ahead and create my .git ignore. And I just want, sorry, my .docker ignore file. I just want to create it quickly because you're going to be working with Docker. So I also want to add some files here that I want to be ignored when creating our containers with Docker. And that's it for now. We have created our Docker ignore, we have created our database, and we have created our git ignore, and here we have created our environment file. So next I want us to initialize Docker and also do our first migration with Alembic.
So we are going to perform our first migrations. We are going to initialize our Docker files. We are going to containerize our application, and we are going to perform our first migration with Alembic. But in order to perform our first migration, we need to have some tables at least defined. For that reason, I'm going to create my models.py, and you can see I've created a new directory, the same thing I wanted to do. And inside this directory, I wanted to move the database.py file that we just created and move it inside the app. And inside the app, I also wanted to come ahead and go and create a file called init. Okay, so we're going to create the init file, init, sorry for that, init.py. It's an empty file, leave it to be empty. And in our models.py, we are going to go ahead and say from app.database, you're going to import the base. And once you're done with this, we can now go ahead and start defining our models. And I want us to go ahead and define our first table. And our first table is going to be called the user table. And so for this, I'm going to start creating the user table, and I'm going to call this class user, and I'm going to inherit from the base. So base, and then I'm going to come here and I'm going to have the table name underscore table name, and this is what the table is going to be named in our database, and you're going to call these users. Okay, so this is what the table is going to be named in our database, and this is how it's going to be named. And I'm going to define my first attribute, and which is the column is a column. And this is how we define attributes using the SQLAlchemy ORM, and it's going to be a type of UUID. So UUID, let's import the UUID. Okay, let's stop working with the UUID. It's going to be a little bit complex. So let me just work with the integer. I'm going to make this an integer, and I'm going to make this the primary key. And it's going to be primary key equals to true because this is the primary key. And I'm going to also index true, make this an index column, and I'm also going to come and create another column, and it's going to be the email. Okay, and it's going to be column, and it's going to be of a type string, and it's going to be unique to true, and it's going to be indexed to, going to be an index column, and it's going to be true, and you're going to have a nullable of false, and we're going to have a password hash, and it's going to be a column of type string. This is to store a password, and it's going to be a hash password for security reasons, and you're going to have string type and a nullable of false. So this is required. Okay, and a nullable of false. You're going to go ahead and define another column which is created at, and this is going to be a type of column, and it's going to be a datetime, and we are going to make the time zone to true so they can know our time zone. So it's got time zone sensitive, and we're going to say true, and we're going to come and also say server default of function now. So it's going to be func of now. It's going to automatically fill with the current time, and the current time that the user has created the table, or the time that the user will have created the table. And we are going to have our relations defined here, and we're going to have YouTube accounts. I want to define this, and I'm going to say relationship with a YouTube account. So a user can create many YouTube accounts. One user can have many channels. That's what I want. And so I'm going to come here and just name this YouTube account. So the way this relation works, it works in a reverse manner, and you're going to see what I mean. So you expect me to define this relationship as YouTube accounts, but it's going to be YouTube account. And this is a one-to-many relation. I want you to remember. So one user can have multiple YouTube channels, and I'm going to come and say back populates the user. So this is kind of a reverse psychology here. It's reverse engineering, and you're going to see how we are going to define the relation in our YouTube table. So we go ahead to also have videos. Okay, videos. One user can have many videos that he has created, or he or she has created, and they can have these videos related to them. It's a relationship. So we're going to say video. It's just one video. So again, we have the back populates the user. And with this, we have now defined our user column. This is how we create, we have defined our user table. This is how we create a table using the SQLAlchemy OM or ORM. So this is how we do it. This is how we create the tables. Now I'm going to just go ahead and paste in the remaining tables. And I'm going to paste the remaining tables just like that. And these are our remaining tables. We have the user, we have the YouTube account, and we have the video. They are all inheriting from the base class which we defined in our database.py, the declarative base, and it's just right here. Yeah. So that's what's happening. And with this, we can now go ahead to do our first migration. Okay. Well, you did a very nice job creating your first models.py. But for the use of this code, if these tables are not in the database, we need to fill in this gap by making sure that these tables appear on our PostgreSQL database. Now, how do we get these in our database? Well, I know you know the answer is SQLAlchemy. But aside from working with SQLAlchemy, we are going to collaborate with this great engine called Alembic, which will help in making the migrations. So let's get started with Alembic. Now, I'm going to use a simple example. If you have ever worked with Prisma, you know that for you to work with Prisma, you have to first initialize Prisma. And this is what you're going to do exactly. First, we initialize Alembic. Since we are using FastAPI and async PG, we must use the async template. And this is a command that you're going to run. So I'm just going to clear this. And I want you to note something, that my virtual environment is activated. If you try to run this command without activating your virtual environment, most probably it will bring up an error. And if it does not bring up an error and you've run the migration without activating the virtual environment, it means that you do not initialize this project properly, because all these dependencies, all these libraries should be in your virtual environment. So anytime you are doing any work on the terminal, I would recommend that you have your virtual environment activated. The way I do this in Python in my Windows OS is I run venv, and then I have my scripts, and then I activate my virtual environment just like that. I want you to have your virtual environment activated. And once the virtual environment is activated, I want us to initialize Alembic, and I'm going to initialize it by running this command, Alembic init, and then you're going to have template, and then it's going to be async Alembic. So we have async Alembic. And once I do this, we should see a new Alembic directory created in our root folder. Once I click on enter, you see we have a new Alembic file created. Now, for this Alembic file to run the way we want, we have to configure some things in our Alembic env.py. And you can see right here we have a bunch of code. It might be confusing at first, it might be intimidating at first, but don't worry so much about this. I just want you to replace this entire code base with this. And I have this attached in my repository. I have this code in my repository. You can access it in the link below. But we have some things that we are modifying here for Alembic to work properly with our code base. So the file controls how migrations run. We need to do two things here. First of all, we are going to load our environment variables so we can read the database URL. And again, you can see I'm changing the database URL. I'm removing any string after the question mark, and I'm adding this plus async pg so that the database URL can load correctly and accept to work with our async drivers. And then this file also imports our models so that Alembic can compare our code with the tables in the database. So this is the secret sauce. By setting this target metadata to base.metadata, and this is the base that we import from our database.py, we are telling Alembic to compare our Python code against the actual database tables. And with this file being created, I want you to save, and I want us to go and now find the truth, whether Alembic is working. So for the moment of truth, I want us to tell Alembic to create a migration script. And before that, I want you to note that this folder is completely empty. Watch what happens when we run this command. Alembic revision And we have created our first revision file in Alembic, meaning that Alembic has been set up successfully. Now, this is just generating the migration script. If you are familiar with Django, we do run a command python manage.py make migrations, and we finally run the command python.py migrate. The same case here. This script has been created, but for this to sync with our database and actually create the table, we need to run this command. So I'm just going to clear, and I'm going to have alembic upgrade Now, this is the command that I'm going to run to finalize on our migration, and I'm going to click enter. And there it is. Our schema is live in the cloud. We now have a product ready database waiting for the first user. Let me go to my database and let's confirm this physically. So I come here and I'm going to reload my database. And you can see my tables right here. I have the users, I have the videos, and I have the YouTube account. Wow, nice job. So we might go ahead to create our Docker containers, but they have no code to run. So to fix that, let's start with the entry point, and this should be our app main.py. So this is the front door to our application. For now, we're keeping it dead simple. We just want to see if FastAPI is alive. And so we are going to go ahead and create our main.py. And inside our file at the top, we're going to import from FastAPI. From FastAPI, we're going to import FastAPI, just like that. And we are going to initiate this FastAPI instance in our variable called app, and you're going to say FastAPI, just like that. And you're going to have the title, and it's going to be called the SmartTube API, just like that. Nice. So this is now our FastAPI instance. And I also want us to do something really early. I want us to also go ahead and have from FastAPI.middleware.cause, you're going to define our middleware as early as now. And you're going to have cause middleware imported at the right top. And why do we have a middleware? Well, this is for security reasons, and it's quite obvious why we should have a middleware. We are not just going to allow any origins to communicate with our backend API. And so I'm going to just come here and define my middleware, and I'm just going to say app add middleware, and I'm going to open this, and I'm going to pass in the cause middleware, and I'm going to have allow origins set to, for now, I'm going to allow all the origins. Okay, so I'm just going to allow all origins for now. We are going to change this, and I'm going to also go ahead and allow credentials, and I'm just going to come here and have this set to all allowed. And I'm also going to come here, sorry, not all allowed. I'm going to have this set true, and I'm going to come here to allow methods, and I'm going to allow all the methods I'm going to allow all the methods. I'm going to come here and also allow all the headers. Okay. And I'm also going to come here and just going to end this, and this is done for the middleware. Now I'm going to now come and define our first route. It's going to be initialized with a decorator. This is a decorator, and it's going to be app-get. And when a user visits the localhost 8000, which is the port that you're going to be running our first API on, they should be able to see this. And I'm going to just define this simple method. So I'm going to come here and just return a simple object, and it's going to be uh, just defining the status, and the status is going to be equal to running, and you're going to have the message, which is going to be very simple as well, and the message is going to be your smart tube API is live and running. We can add an emoji. And yes, so we save this. Now I want us to test whether our first API is live, and we have to start this up, and I do this by running a command on the terminal, and you're going to be working with uvicon. Now remember, in our requirements.txt we had this uvicon, and it was a standard. So make sure you have this uvicon installed, and this is what you're going to be running our first API with. So let us run this locally to ensure that we do not have a typo. So the command is uvicon app.main hosts. So you have to ensure that this is running on your local hosts 8000. So for that, we have to assign the port number, port 8000, reload. And you can see uvicon running on HTTP 8000, localhost 8000. So let me click this link. Let me open the link, and let me just open up the link. Let me just copy the link. And when I try to run the link, I am getting this error. Now you might get the same error, and it's so simple. You can just go ahead and replace this 0.0.0 with localhost 8000. Okay, so when you run this, it brings you the object, it returns the object, it brings you the message that your SmartTube API is live and running. We have set up our first API, and it's live and running. Congratulations for that. So we are done creating our first API, and we have seen that it's running and it's live and it can take requests. Now I want to tell you something. First API is meant to take your incoming requests, but what really runs our cron jobs and what really runs our scheduled task is none other than Celery. I want you to make sure that you have Celery installed, and you can just go ahead and confirm that Celery is installed. So I'm going to just come to my terminal here. Okay, I'm going to come to my terminal and just make sure that you have installed Celery. If you have not installed Celery, go ahead and just run this command to have Celery installed in your application. Nice. Now that we have Celery, I want us now to go ahead and create our Celery app.py. And we're going to create this file inside our app. And so you're going to come to your app and create the Celery app.py. And what this is going to do is that it's going to make Celery identify our broker. So Celery runs on a broker, and the broker that Celery is going to use is none other than Redis URL. So this Celery app.py is going to do two things. It's going to tell Celery where the broker, which in this case is Redis, is, and it's also going to tell Celery its store, and the store is also Redis. So this is where we configure Celery to work with Redis and to run the cron jobs or the scheduled task, if you'd say. So I'm going to start by importing OS right at the top of the code, and I'm just going to import OS. I'm going to go ahead and import Celery. So I'm going to say from Celery import Celery. And I'm also going to go ahead and say from Celery dot schedules import contrib. And so basic cron tab, sorry. And from what basically this is going to do is going to tell Celery in what intervals the schedules the task should run, after how many minutes or after what time should Celery wake up and check for our post. So don't worry about that. If you don't understand it, you're going to get it a bit later. So we have this, and there's one thing remaining here. And I also want you to go ahead and install this library pip install python .env. Make sure you have this installed, and make sure you have your virtual environment activated. So after installing that, you're going to come here and you're going to say from .env, you're going to import load.env, and you're going to come here and you're going to load our environment variables. And why should we load our environment variables? I know you're asking yourself this question. Is because in our .env we have to create the Redis URL. Now I have already defined my Redis URL as a variable, so go ahead and in your .env define the Redis URL. Create this variable because we need to tell Celery to connect to this URL. So this is very important. Go ahead and create the Redis URL. It's Redis localhost 6379/0. And we're going to come here, and now we're going to define our Celery app. So let's go ahead and create this variable that is going to hold our Celery initialization. And you're going to call the Celery, open the parentheses, and inside here we are going to give it a name, and the name that I'm going to give this worker is SmartTube. SmartTube worker, as simple as that. And after giving my worker a name, I'm going to give it the broker, and I'm going to link the broker to my Redis. This is where I link my Redis to Celery. So I'm going to have the Redis URL. And we have not defined the Redis URL. So what we're going to do is that you're going to come here and assign this variable our Redis URL, which is going to be loaded from the secret environment. Remember, we cannot hard code these values because this is meant to be a secret. So we're going to say os.getEnd, and you're going to pass our Redis URL. You're going to fetch the Redis URL from our secret environment variables, and you're going to pass this as a broker. We're also going to go ahead and create the backend, and it's also going to be the Redis URL. Nice. Now we have our Celery app initialized. Now we need to configure it to tell it how to run at what intervals, and also the time zone. So I'm just going to paste in some very important details on Celery. I'm going to paste in the configuration, and this is what I'm passing in. So I have my configuration, I have my task serializer, I've defined my time zone, and I have now told Celery to run this bit schedule, which is check scheduled videos every minute. So this is going to run every minute. This is what it means, that the Celery worker should check for a scheduled post every single minute. So for every single minute, Celery is going to go ahead and check whether there is a scheduled video that should be posted. That's how we automate our application. So I need to go ahead and create this task. So you can see I'm defining a task here, but I've not yet created it. App task, scheduled task, check scheduled video. So we're going to go ahead and create a new directory inside our app, and you're going to name these tasks, and we are going to create the scheduled task. Just like that. And whenever we create a new directory, I want you to create an empty file and name it __init_py. Name this create this file and make sure it's empty, and make sure you have this file in all the directories that you're going to create throughout this application. And also, let's now go ahead and work on creating our check scheduled videos task. So I'm just going to go ahead and initialize this. So we are going to have these imports. You can see we have imported async IO, we have imported datetime, we have imported the SQLAlchemy library, and all these. We have imported async IO so that it can help us run the async functions, because this is meant to be a default sync function. Celery is only familiar with running normal sync functions for Python. So there's no way we are going to have a function and just have a function that, let's say, does something like call db, and we have something like return await This is not going to work with a normal function. You cannot have await running inside a normal function. And so in order to help us run these async functions inside this sync function environment, we need to have async IO, which is going to basically help us execute async functions and be able to use await within our functions. So that's the work of async IO. And we have the dependencies right here. We have the app Celery app, this app we have just created. We have the async session local. Now we are going to see how we are going to work with all of this. So let me just go ahead and just import my scheduled task. Let me just paste in my scheduled tasks. Just like that, I've pasted in my scheduled task, and you can see that I have the function to check for scheduled videos, and this function is going to be running every single minute. Isn't that cool? That's the power of Celery. That's the power of Redis. This is like having an automation. This is how you create scheduled tasks. This is how you run scheduled automations. You can just do this with Celery and Redis without being charged anything. And this function right here goes ahead to call this async function, which is find and dispatch due videos. So this is the function that is responsible for now going ahead to check whether there is a video in our database that has the set status of scheduled and it is past the current time. So if the video have a status of scheduled, you're going to check for the time it was scheduled for, and if the time right now is already past the time that the video should be scheduled, it is put in a queue and the work to post the video begins. So if we don't have any scheduled videos or any due videos, we're just going to print this on our logging, and you're going to see this printed on our in our logs when we deploy the application, or even when the application is live on our local machine on Docker. You're going to see this whenever there is no video found. And currently we have not created any video, or we have not scheduled any video to be posted, and we're about to do that later. So for now, when we initialize our Docker containers, we should be seeing these being logged in our terminals. As we proceed, if there is a video to be scheduled, we go ahead to run this. So we go to update the status to queued. We go to update this in the video, in the database that the video is queued. And right here, we go ahead to publish the video task. So this is the method to publish a video, and it also calls another async function, which is process a video upload. And inside here is where we are going to be working with the real YouTube API. And this, you can see right here, is set as a to-do. So this is basically it for the scheduled task. This is what you should be knowing. This is the most important. These are the most important details. and this is where we are going to be posting to YouTube using the YouTube API. So I want us to proceed to do another very important thing, and we are going to go ahead and just inside our app directory, we are going to go ahead and create a folder called routers. And these routers is going to contain our endpoints. So when our front-end application is going to be sending the request and sending the data, is going to be hitting the endpoints in our routers directory. And remember, as we said, when you create a routers directory, you go ahead to create an empty file, init.py. So this file is completely empty. Now we are going to go ahead and also create our posts router. So I want us to start by creating our post router. Later on, we're going to create our auth router and any other router that we need. But let's begin by creating our post router endpoint. I'm just going to come here and post.py and have this router endpoint for the post. This is where the operations to post the video, create a video, update a video will be happening. This is where all these processes will be processed. This the endpoint to which the front end will be calling when we need to create a new video, when you need to post a video. This is the endpoint. This is the path entry for creating a video, updating a video, or even deleting a video. So remember, before we send the video to YouTube, we need to store this video in our database, and this is the work of the postpy.py router endpoint. So we are going to start by importing the following from depends, and you're going to also have the status. So from SQLAlchemy extension async IO, we're going to import async session. Remember, we are working with async engines. Okay, so we need to have the async session, and we are going to see how we are going to inject this as a dependency in our path routes. And from Pydantic, so remember, something that makes FastAPI a top developer's choice, it's its type safety and its validation, and the way FastAPI is able to achieve type safety and validation is through the Pydantic library. So we are going to be using Pydantic a lot throughout this video to define our types. So if you're not so familiar with Pydantic, I would recommend that you go for a starter tutorial or just go to their documentation and learn what Pydantic really does. Okay, let's proceed. Import. You're going to have a base model, and basically our class that is going to define our types is going to be inheriting from the Pydantic base model to help us in defining our types so that we can have type safety in our application. We're going to import the base model, and we're going ahead to import from typing. This is also types. So if you're not so familiar with types and you're not familiarized yourself with types, you need to go ahead and get the basics. Visit Pydantic documentation and learn about the types. Import optional, and we are going to go ahead and from our app database, we are going to import the get async db function that we just created. So from app.database import get async db, and we are also going to inject this as a dependency. We are going to see how you're going to inject this as a dependency in our path routes. Remember when I told you about injecting the dependencies, this is the part. You're going to see how you're going to do this, and also you're going to import from app models. You're going to import our video. Remember, we created a video table. This is it. This is the video table that we created in our models.py. And you're also going to go ahead and import our scheduled task. So from app.task.scheduled task, you're going to import the function to publish the video task. Okay, and now we are also going to go ahead and define our router, which is going to be API router, and this is how we initialize our router, and this is how we define our router. And I want us to define our request schema for the video. So I'm going to go ahead and create this class video create schema, which is going to basically define the types that we expect from the user and what we really expect from the user. And I told you are going to inherit from the base model, which is imported from Pydantic. This is offered by Pydantic, and this is now going to help us define our type. So we need a title, and this is going to be a string, and it's going to be required. So we don't have a default, it's going to be required. We're going to have a description. So I wanted to think of how it seems when you create a video for YouTube. The description is optional. So we're going to have the keyword optional, and this is going to be an optional string. And so the default, we have to provide a default whenever you're using the optional keyword. So the default is going to be none. We don't really need the description, but if the user provides it, it's okay. And you're going to also go ahead and have our scheduled for, and it's going to be an optional date time string, and it's also going to have a default of none. So we need to import the datetime type. So from datetime, we are going to import datetime. So this is a type of a date, and you're going to have it here for scheduled for. So the user can decide to schedule the posts and have their video scheduled for later to be posted on YouTube, or the user can decide to publish now. That's why we are making this scheduled for an optional date time. Okay, so proceeding on, we're going to have the privacy status. So this is going to define the privacy when it comes to posting the video on YouTube. So a user can decide to have their video public or private. So this is going to be an optional, and for now is going to be an optional string, and it's going to be a default of public. So every video that the user creates without them really giving their privacy status option is going to be public. So for now, this is the simple video create schema that we need. Obviously, we are going to need the videos, and we are going to add this later. But I don't want to have my schemas defined in the same folder as my posts. So I'm going to create a separate file specifically where we are going to hold all our schemas, and I'm going to name this schemas.py, and this is where I'm going to have all my schemas. So sorry for this naming error. So so let me rename this to python schemas.py. This is where we are going to hold all of our schemas, and we are going to define all of our types in this file. So I'm just going to come here to where I created my post, and I'm just going to cut this, and I'm going to paste it inside my schemas file. And then I'm going to have my Pydantic imports and my typing imports right on top of this file, and I'm going to go ahead and save this. And now I'm going to go ahead and create my router endpoint, and this is the same as the app decorator, but this is different because it's going to be the router decorator. And now we're going to have the router, and this is going to be a post endpoint. So this is the first endpoint you're going to create here, and it's going to be the video endpoint. So when a user sends a post request to the video endpoint, we are supposed to go ahead and create a video. And we are going to have our function, which is going to be an async function. Now remember, when you are initializing our main.py, when you are initializing our FastAPI, we created a simple function to check for the health status, and it was just a normal function. This is going to be an async function, and FastAPI supports async functions. So we are going to create this function to create the video, and you're going to pass in the following. We need the video, we need the request data, and we have already defined the request data in our video create class. So we are going to come here, and from schemas, we are going to import the class that we just created. So video create schema. So, and the data that we're expecting, which is the video data, is going to be a type of video create schema. And then this is where it gets better. We are going to pass in the DB, and we are going to inject this as a dependency. And this is going to be a type of async session, and is going to be depends, which injects the async DB as a dependency. So remember, we created this function in our database, and this is what we're going to pass here, get async DB. So this is our database, and we have our video data. I'm just going to go ahead and paste in the contents of the remaining code block. And we have this code block right here, and we're going to be creating a new video and saving it to Postgres. For now, we have no user, and we are going to go ahead and also create the authentication, but we are just hard coding a value for the user. This is just a placeholder. I want you to think of this just a placeholder for the create video function, but this is how we create an endpoint for our routes. And so that now FastAPI can recognize our endpoint of the post, we now need to go ahead to the main.py, and in here we're going to go ahead and say app.define include router, and we are going to get our post router. So we're going to come here, and from the routers we're going to import the post, and inside here now we are going to define our router, and it's going to be the post, and it's going to be the router that we defined. This is how you create a router endpoint in FastAPI. And now we have our routers created, we have our post router created, and now what I want us to go now and do is now initialize our Docker and create our Docker containers to have the scheduled task and the Celery app running. Now we have come to the point where we need to integrate Docker into our application. And working with Docker has been honestly one of the best experiences that I've had as a developer since I started using it. And it makes my development life so much easier. It solves the problem, it solves the headache of installing Redis on your local machine, trying to set up the pods. Sometimes this configuration can be a real headache. Trust me, I've had those experiences. But with Docker, we can do so much by just containerizing our code, if I pronounced it correctly. Docker helps us create lightweight containers which basically carry our code. That's the much I know. I know it's very useful and it's very helpful. So if you have not installed Docker, go ahead and visit their website, and you can just download Docker Desktop because you're going to be using it. And if you need to work with Docker in the CLI, you can also install Docker in the CLI. Just go ahead and read their documentation. It's so simple to follow up, and it's so easy to get started with Docker. So now we have successfully created our task, and we have created our main.py. We have initialized our FastAPI. We have also gone ahead to initialize our Celery and make Celery aware of our Redis and make it load our Redis URL. So what's the next step here? The next step is certainly going to be containerizing our application and our Celery workers and our FastAPI instance and our Redis. Nice. Now I want us to set up our Docker configuration. I want us to containerize our
code and have our instances running on Docker. So to do this quickly, I'm going to go and in my root folder, I'm going to go ahead and create the Docker file. And also, I'm going to create another file and it's called docker compose.yml. And with these two files, I'm just going to paste in the contents of the Docker file and the Docker compose. Now, you can always get this code in my repository. Now, we need to package this beast, and we are not just running scripts on our laptop, we are building a portable environment. Let's look at our Docker file. We start with Python 3.11 Slim. Why Slim? Because we don't need the bloat. We want our container small, fast, and secure. Next, we install the system dependencies. We need libqdev and GCC because we are talking to Postgres. These are tools needed to build the database drivers. Now, look at this order. We can copy requirements txt and install dependencies before we copy the rest of our code. This is a pro move called layer caching. It means if you change one line of the code in your app, Docker doesn't have to reinstall all your libraries. It saves you minutes on every build. The Docker file builds one service, but we have one ecosystem. We have an API, a worker, a scheduler, and a broker. Docker Compose is the conductor of this orchestrator. First, Redis. This is our nervous system. It passes messages between the API and the workers. So this Redis instance, notice the health check. We tell Docker, don't start the API until Redis is actually ready to talk. And we have no more connection errors on our startup. Then we have the API. We map our port 8000 and it's this huge. We mount a volume app. This links your local folder to the container. When you save a file in Visual Studio Code, the container updates instantly, hot reloading enabled. And we have the worker instance. This does the heavy lifting. Windows users looks at the command p solo. If you're on Windows, Celery needs this flag to handle concurrency without crashing. If you are on Linux or Mac, you can remove it, but for this tutorial, we keep it safe. And finally, the beat, the scheduler, just sits there watching the clock, waiting to trigger those scheduled videos we just built. And that's for our Docker files. So it's four services, one network, one command to start them all. That is the power of Docker Compose. So we encountered some errors when trying to build our Docker containers and trying to run our Docker containers on our local machines. And I like to take you through the errors, and I think it's more authentic for me to show you how I solved these errors so that you might know what to do when you encounter the same. So my first error was from this schemas.py where I forgot to import the datetime type. So I'm just going to import datetime from datetime import datetime. And once I have this, I'm going to save that. And this should solve for the datetime error because datetime was not defined. Another error that I had was a connection error where my Celery services were not connecting to Redis. The reason for this is because you can see in my Redis URL, I have this set to localhost. And in Docker, localhost refers to the container itself. It does not refer to the service on the localhost machine or other containers. And remember, Redis is in a separate container. The way we combine our containers and make them work together was through the Docker Compose. And so in order for our services to connect to their broker, which is Redis, we have to change this from localhost and you have to use Redis so that they can connect to Redis. If you use localhost, the containers are going to refer to themselves. The containers are going to look for the Redis connection within themselves, and Redis connection is not within the Celery container, it's on a different container. Now, we go ahead to our Celery app, and in our Celery app, I also forgot to include my tasks file, my scheduled task file. So I have to include this file right here. I have to include this scheduled task.py.
And how do I do this? I'm going to go ahead and just say include, and I'm going to include my app task scheduled task so that I can tell Celery where to read the code. And while you're still at this, I want to note something is that we are loading our .env. Now, what if we want to use the Redis URL somewhere? We'd have to load .env, import .env, os getenv.env. How about we create a base for all our secret variables? How about we create one file in which you can just import the variables without really hard coding them? I'm going to show you how we do this. I'm just going to get rid of this, and I'm going to also get rid of this import os, and I'm going to come ahead and go to my app directory, and I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this config.py, which already exists. So I go to my config.py, and in my config.py, I'm already starting the import with Pydantic. From Pydantic setting, we import the base settings. This is the very, very vital thing when it comes to working with Pydantic, is that it also helps us define our base settings. Now, we are simply going to set the brain of our entire backend. This file controls everything, the DB auth background workers. We are using Pydantic setting. This means our backend is fully driven by environment variables. So what do I mean? I'm going to create a class and call it my settings, and I'm going to pass the base settings, and you're going to be inheriting from the base settings. And I'm going to go ahead and create and just define my database URL, and my database URL is a type of string. So this database URL, which is a type of a string. And this is mandatory. You can see it is mandatory. We don't have a default. If it was optional, I would go ahead and just assign an empty string or just have a placeholder, but it is required. So if we don't get this in our .env file, it's going to throw up an error. And also I have my Redis URL, which is also defined. So, and it's also a type of string. And I'm going to go ahead and define some other few variables that you're going to have and you're going to use later. As you can see, I'm going to show you how I create these variables. Just want to illustrate how we create the variables here and how we use them. So this is a string, and for now I'm going to have a default of a string, like your default secret key, and this means that this is not mandatory. So even if we don't have this in our .env file, we are going to have this by default. It's going to fall back to this string, so it's not going to throw an error if we don't have this, which we don't have it yet in our environment variables. We're going to create it later when we have our being set up. So we're also going to go and give our token expire hours. So this is an integer, and you're going to have a default of 24, and we don't yet have this variable in our .env, in our env.env file, but it's okay because we have a default, so it won't throw up an error. And I'm also going to go ahead and define my cloudinary cloud name, and it's going to be a type of string, and it's going to be a default of an empty string for now because we don't have it. And I'm also going to go ahead and have a cloudinary API key, and it's going to be a default of an empty string, and I'm also going to have a cloudinary API secret. Now, don't worry about this. You have not created these variables. For now, we only have the Redis URL and the database URL, and these two should be mandatory. So if we lack any of these keys, any of these variables,
it's going to throw up an error. Now we are going to tell the settings class where to load our environment variables and how it should go about loading our environment config. So let's define the class config, and this class you're going to pass the environment file being the .env file, and we're going to come here and also define our case sensitive, which is going to be false. So what does this mean? If I have something like this, let me just show you an example. If I have something like this, database URL, and I have something like this, database URL, all of these are still going to be read the same way and held in my database URL as I've defined it in my setting. This is what I mean by case sensitive set to false, is that it does not mind the cases. It's just going to read the database URL and just store it in the database URL variables as we had in our settings. So that's what we mean by the case sensitive set to false. So it does not really mind the case. And finally, we're going to have the extra, and it's going to be ignore. So I'm going to ignore the extra variables in my .env file that are not defined in my settings class. And with this, I'm just going to go ahead and import the settings. Now the settings equals to settings. And now when we call the settings, this is what we'll be calling. So we can go ahead back to our Celery app, and we're just going to do from .config, we're going to import the settings, and I'm just going to come here and I'm going to select the two of these, and I'm just going to come here and have settings just like that. And you can also see this also helps with the autocomplete. So if I type something like this, it should autocomplete and I can just have that. So it also ensures type safety. So before we even run our Docker Compose app, I had this also little typo error right here, and you can see I had the bug populates here to capital U. This should be small case, so I'm going to change this to a small case, and now I can go ahead and run my Docker build command. So let me now go ahead and run my Docker build command. So let me save my models, and I'm going to just create a revision, Alembic revision auto generate, and message of change user relation user to uppercase to lowercase, I mean. So something like this, and I'm going to click on enter so that I can create the revision file. And once I've run my revision, you can see it has detected some changes, and it goes ahead to create the new versions file, and this is the revision script. And I'm going to just run Alembic upgrade head. And we have this successfully running. So now we can go ahead to successfully now build our Docker containers. So I'm just going to run, still having my virtual environment activated. It's always a safety procedure to a safety check to always have your VNV activated. Even when you're running Alembic commands and you are running Alembic migrations, make sure you always have the virtual environment activated. So Docker compose, and I'm going to app, and then I'm going to have a build, and this should now successfully build our Docker container. So I'm just going to click enter, and the build process has started. You can see
or we are having these logs, meaning that our containers are being built, and we should give it time, and everything should work as expected. So our Docker containers are up and running, and for you to be able to view your Docker container, you can just come and click on V, and your Docker container will be opened on your Docker desktop. So if I click on V, I should be able to see my containers running, and you can see that in our worker, these tasks are running after every 1 minute, and you're getting this result in your logs, and it's telling you that there are no videos which are due. This is how you perform automation. This is automation with Celery, and this is how you're going to create our own YouTube studio to schedule our post and to post on through our YouTube API on our YouTube. And this is where the video or the tutorial is about to get interesting. And so what you're going to do, you can see I've opened another terminal. I have 3 terminal instances running. I'm going to close this. I opened another terminal and I went ahead to activate my virtual environment. And I want you to note that in my video table, I don't have the file path, and this is a mistake I made by deleting the file path. I should have the file path, and I just change my decision on working with Cloudinary. We are going to work with files on the local disk. This is way faster and it's cheaper and easier to work with. We are going to work with this on Docker. So we are going to see how we are going to upload our videos and how we are going to have them on our disk in our local file. Now, if it's a production scale real application, you would think of using storage services such as Amazon S3 and so on. But for now, because it's a tutorial and is a simple setup, you're going to be using our local files on our disk. So I'm going to just define the file path attribute, and I'm going to just have this hash file on disk and file path. The path is going to be a column and is a string. Make sure this is uppercase. The string is uppercase. If it's lowercase, it's going to bring an error. And the nullable, make sure you spell this correctly. And the nullable is false. So we are not allowed to have this field empty when creating a video. And we can go ahead and save that. Now, I want you to come ahead and create your Alembic revision script, auto-generate, and the message is added file path in video table, and just click enter, and we should create our revision file. So our revision script should be created in our versions. Make sure you have saved your models.py after making the change so that it is noted. And we have created a new versions file, a revision script, and so we're going to go ahead and do the Alembic upgrade head. So this should integrate the changes with our table, and our tables are still empty. We have not created anything yet, so it should not bring a problem. So this is it. And now I want us now to go ahead and create our Google Cloud Platform account. In order to communicate with YouTube, we need to get access and permission. And this is the work of the Google Cloud Platform. This is where we get our Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. So I've already created my project, but if you've not created your project or it's your first time working with the Google Cloud Platform, well, no worries, because in this tutorial, you're going to learn something new. So come and click on New Project, and
once you create a new project, let me just name this smart tube dev 2. And once you click on create, it's going to take a few seconds to create the project. And once the project is created, you select that project that you have just created by clicking select project. And now you can see we have the toast here showing us that now you're viewing your project. And once you have created the project, I want you to come to the APIs and services and click on enabled APIs and services and navigate to this window or this page. And you come here and click on this button with a plus sign, and it's written enable API services in blue. Click on that, and we are going to look for the YouTube data API version 3, and click on that and come here, just click on the YouTube data API v3, and you're going to enable your YouTube data API v3 just like that. Give it a second or so to enable the API. And now you have your YouTube data API version 3 enabled. And now you go back right here, you go back and you can see the list of enabled APIs and services. You can see the YouTube data v3 down here. And I want you now to come to the OAuth consent screen. Navigate to the OAuth consent screen. And here, I want you to click on the button in the Google OAuth platform. I want you to click on this button, Get Started. Now, this is what you should see if you have set up your project correctly, or this is your first time using the consent screen, or you have not initialized the consent screen. This is what you should see, and you should see this button, and you should click on the Get Started button to configure the Google OAuth platform. And now you give your app a name. Name this SmartTube or whatever, SmartTube app. And for the user support email, we are using our email. So just loading in a bit. So for the user support email, just click on your email, click on next. Here is very important. I want to click on the external audience, so available to test to any test user with a Google account. Your app will start in testing mode and will be available to the users that you add to the list of test users. So this is a very important point. It will only be available to the users that you add to the list of test users. Okay, so once your app is ready to push to production, you may need to verify your app. Okay, click on next, come here, write your email address. I'm going to write my email address, and this is my email address. I'm going to click on next, and I'm going to agree to the Google API Services User Data Policy. If you want to read about this, just open a new tab and read about it, and then create. On clicking create, give a few seconds to process, and we'll have our OAuth overview configuration initialized. Right now, before we head on to create our first OAuth client, we have to come to our audience. And in our audience, this is where we are going to add our test users. So right now we have not published our app, it's still in test mode. Remember, when we clicked on the external, we read that this app is only available to the test users. So you can add as many emails as you want here. You have to add your own email first. You are going to be using your own email to connect to your Google account. Any email that you're going to be using to connect to your Google account, or anybody that you want to test your application, you should add them to the test users. Okay, because the app is not live yet. Okay, so go ahead and create as many test users as you want. You want people to use your application, you want to test your application with other users. Add their email accounts right here to the test users. Now that's done, let's come here and create our first OAuth client. And I'm going to just click on this create client button right here, and it's going to lead me to this screen, and I'm going to click on the type of a web application, and I'm just going to let this be named web client 1. This is just a unique identifier and should be the only web client 1 in your SmartTube dev project. So you come here, and now this is another important part. This is where we define our callback URL. This is the authorized redirect URI, and this is where Google will be sending you back once you've given permission to the app to post on your behalf. This is where Google will be sending you back, and this will be the callback URL, and we'll be having the parameters. We have the code given something like that, and then we have the state, and all these will be calling back to your application. And now from this callback URL and the parameters that Google will pass is where we'll fetch the code and the state and all that we need. But for now, we just have to define the initial callback URL, and Google will do the other part of passing the parameters, the code, and whatever. So this is what we need right now. So make sure you have added the localhost 8000 or the Google callback. And once you have that, go ahead and click on create. And once you have created this, you now be able to see the client ID and the client secret. Copy these variables and add them to your .env. So go to your .env and create the Google client ID variable and the Google client secret variable, and then copy these and paste them in your .env file. Don't use this because obviously I'm going to delete these just after the tutorial. So this is how we set up our Google client, our Google platform, our Google Cloud platform, and how we get our client ID and client secret to work with the YouTube API. V, I wanted to make sure that you have the Google client that we just copied from our Google Cloud Platform application. Make sure you have the Google Client ID and the Google Client secret, because you're going to need this to connect to our YouTube and have our API doing the posting. So make sure you have this. And once you've created the Google Client ID, you've copied the Google Client ID and the Google Client secret variables in your .env, I want to go ahead and go to your config. Remember, we are not hard coding our secrets in our code. So the only way we are able to access these secret variables is only through the config.py, which is basically our settings. And just here I'm going to come and have Google client ID as a string and also the Google client secret as a string, and these two are required. So if we don't have these two, an error is going to pop up. So these make sure you add these to your settings. So I'm going to proceed to my models.py, and we have three tables. We have the users, which is the owner. We have the keys to the channel, which is the YouTube account, and we have the videos. And pay attention to the videos table. We made this edit, and if you do not make this edit, go and create the edit and then run the Alembic. Make sure your virtual environment is activated. Run the Alembic revision and go ahead and auto generate, and then have the message to a simple message like added file to video table, and then you go ahead and run the Alembic upgrade head. So we already edited our video table to have the file path. So with this, I want us to go and create the YouTube service, and this is going to be a new folder in our app, and it's going to be called services. So in the services, we're going to initialize these services file. All the files that you're creating, remember, we have to have this empty file called init.py. So I'm just going to create this,
And I'm going to also go ahead and create my YouTube service.py. So I'm going to create my YouTube service.py just like that. And I'm going to go ahead and paste in the contents for this YouTube service.py. And I wanted to make sure that you have the Google client that we just copied from our Google Cloud Platform application. Make sure you have the Google Client ID and the Google Client secret, because you're going to need this to connect to our YouTube, and have our API doing the posting. So make sure you have this. And once you've created the Google Client ID, you've copied the Google Client ID and the Google Client secret variables in your .env, I want to go ahead and go to your config. Remember, we are not hard coding our secrets in our code. So the only way we are able to access these secret variables is only through the config.py, which is basically our settings. And just here I'm going to come and have Google client ID as a string and also the Google client secret as a string, and these two are required. So if we don't have these two, an error is going to pop up. So these make sure you add these to your settings. So I'm going to proceed to my models.py, and we have three tables. We have the users, which is the owner. We have the keys to the channel, which is the YouTube account, and we have the videos. And pay attention to the videos table. We made this edit, and if you do not make this edit, go and create the edit and then run the Alembic. Make sure your virtual environment is activated. Run the Alembic revision and go ahead and auto generate, and then have the message to a simple message like added file to video table, and then you go ahead and run the Alembic upgrade head. So we already edited our video table to have the file path. So with this, I want us to go and create the YouTube service, and this is going to be a new folder in our app, and it's going to be called services. So in the services, we're going to initialize these services file. All the files that you're creating, remember, they have to have this empty file called init.py. So I'm just going to create this, and I'm going to also go ahead and create my YouTube service.py. So I'm going to create my YouTube service.py just like that, and I'm going to go ahead and paste in the contents for this YouTube service.py. So this is the service. This file handles the Google Dance. It generates the login link. It swaps the code for tokens, and it handles the heavy video upload using media file upload to stream bytes directly to YouTube. You can see that we are defining our redirect URIs, and there is a typo error here. We have two double quotation marks. I'm going to go ahead and remove the small bug, and this is how we are going to be posting our video to YouTube. You can see this is the handshake. Basically, this is where we initialize our OAuth URL. This is the method to get the OAuth URL, and this is the authorization URL. So basically, this is where we get the redirect URL to have the user give our application the permission to post on their behalf. This is where we swap our tokens
and our temporary code, our temporary code for the access token. So basically, we are going to get a redirect to our callback URL when the user has granted YouTube our application permission to post. They're going to be redirected to our callback URL, and the callback URL is going to contain the code in our parameters. And then you're going to take the code in the parameters, and you're going to go ahead and get the access token. And this is where you get the channel. This is the method to get the channel information. This is the method to upload the video file, and it streams the file from the disk to YouTube. So basically, it's going to stream our files directly from our disk. We're just going to pass the file path to this media file upload method, which is given by Google HTTP. And you can see we are importing a lot of Google libraries on top here, and they are basically going to help with our auth flow, our auth initialization, and even our streaming our bytes, our video, and getting the bytes which will be posted directly to YouTube. So basically, these are the libraries that you're going to work with to run the whole process, from initializing the auth, from uploading the file, from going ahead to exchange our code for the permanent access token, to basically posting this on YouTube. So this is our YouTube service.py. Now let's go ahead to create a very important file, and we did not have this endpoint. So now we're going to create our auth endpoint route, and I'm going to have my auth.py, and this is basically the file in which you define our callback and our OAuth initialization URL. And this is the handshake. This is where we are going to have our callback URL. This is where this is the endpoint that Google is going to call back with the information that we need in order to get the access token. And in this file, we are going to create a ghost user for now. And when I mean a ghost user, we are going to spawn a user in the database. When Google calls us back, we check if a user exists, and if no user exists, we're just going to create a placeholder user. So we're going to create an email and a hash password, and just have a user for now, a ghost user for now, and then later we can go ahead to create our sign up form. So this allows us to test for the YouTube API without having the auth set up yet. And we're going to set up the authentication, the login later. So for now, let's focus on testing our YouTube API. So this lets us test immediately without building a sign up form. So I'm just going to have here at the top the definition and the definition of the path. So our file is in the app routers, and it's out.py, and we're going to come here and have some very essential imports. And I'm going to start with importing from FastAPI. I'm going to import from FastAPI. I'm going to import the API router. I'm going to import the depends so that you can be able to inject the database dependency. I'm going to import the HTTP exception, and I'm going to also go ahead from SQLAlchemy. I'm going .x .async IO, import async session. So we're going to pass this as a type to our database when we are injecting our dependency, and we are going to import from SQL Alchemy. We are going to import the select, and then we are going to go ahead and from app.database, we're going to import the get async db, and we are going to go ahead and from app.services,
.youtube, you're going to have our YouTube service imported just like that. And from the app models, we're going to import the user and the YouTube account. So now we have the most important imports, and now we can go ahead to define some of our variables. And right here, we're going to have the router, and it's obviously the API router. Just like that, we have the router defined, and we're going to have the service class, and it's the YouTube service, just like that. And now we're going to go ahead and create our first endpoint, and it's going to be a router decorator, and this is where we are going to basically have our user initialize their OAuth. So it's simply going to be the old Google, and I'm going to call this login, and I'm going to have a simple function which is going to be async def login, and it's basically going to just do return the auth URL which is given by Google for the login, and giving permission to our application to do the posting on the user's behalf. Now, that's the simplest function. That's a simple function, and is just an endpoint to initialize the login and giving our application permission. And this is where the user is able to give the application permission to post on their behalf. So I'm going to define another endpoint, and this is maybe the most important endpoint in this file, and it's the Google callback. So we're going to go ahead, and I'm going to just autocomplete this, and this is the Google callback function or method, and we're going to go ahead and just say we're going to have a try except, and it's going to be the credentials, and it's going to be service exchange token. So it's going to exchange the token for the permanent, it's going to exchange the code for the permanent tokens that you're going to get. So it's going to pass in the code that we get from the callback. So whenever whenever the user authenticates the app, Google goes ahead to return a redirect URI that we defined as the authorized redirect URI, and is going to have a bunch of parameters, and in the parameters we expect to have the code, and you're going to use this short lived code, and you're going to exchange this with a permanent access token. So that's what we are doing here. So in our service, we are going to call the exchange code method that is going to give us our access token. And now we're going to go ahead and have the channel info. Also, this is in our service where we get the channel information. These are the user channel, the user YouTube channel. We get some of the information, and this is a service that we define, the YouTube service, and we get channel info, and you're going to pass in the creds, and we're going to have an exception as a, and we are going to raise a HTTP exception of authentication with Google failed if we fail to get the credentials and we fail to exchange the code for the token. Now, I want to go down here, and I want to have a result variable, and in this result variable we are going to await the DB execute, and we are going to select a user here, where the user ID user dot id equals to 1. So if we have no user, and obviously you're not going to have a user, we're just going to, let's say the results scalar scalar 1 or none. So we're going to check whether you have a user, and we don't have a user right now. So we are going to go ahead and just create a placeholder user or a ghost user, and we're going to go ahead and print this, creating the ghost admin user. So ghost admin user. So we are going to go ahead and create the user if we have no user in the database, and it's going to be user, and you're going to pass in the ID, which is 1, and we're going to have a simple email right here, and we can have admin smarttube at gmail.com, smarttube .app, okay, whatever, and you're going to have a hash password. I'm going to create a hash password, and I'm going to have this as a password. Anything that you want to pass on the hash password is okay. And I'm going to come here, and I'm going to have db, and I'm going to add the user, and I'm going to come here and now commit these changes, which db dot. So we have created our ghost user. If we don't have a user, which we obviously don't have right now because we have no user created, we have no user in our database, so, and you need a user to attach the connection to. We cannot create an account, a YouTube account, without having a user, and so we're going to use this ghost user as a placeholder user for now. Remember, we have not created any sign up form, we have not created any authentication, so just for now we are going to have this ghost user. And then we're going to check if the user has an account. If the user already has an account connected, we are just going to update the token. But if the user does not have an account, we're going to create a new YouTube account and link it to the user. So we're going to have this code, and if the account already exists, we are going to just update the access token field. And if we have the the refresh token in the credentials that we just got when we exchange our short-lived code, we're also going to update the account refresh token. Otherwise, if the user does not have an account, a YouTube account, we're just going to create a YouTube account for the user with the ID of 1. So with this, we are going to link the user with a YouTube account, and this is how we link a channel to a user. And so a user can also go ahead and link another channel. One user can have multiple YouTube accounts, and one user can post one video to multiple YouTube accounts. This is basically one of the advantages of this application. Is one of the aims is to make posting and managing content easy for YouTube content creators. So this is what is going to happen. If the user has an account, we update the tokens field. If the user does not have an account, we create a new account and we pass in the credentials, the token and the refresh token. And so with this, you're just going to save. And this is how we link our user with a YouTube channel. And now we can go ahead and test for this. But before we even test for this, we have to go to our end post end route, which accepts the video and which basically creates the video post. And you can see here I define this create schema. But something I want you to know is that this schema accepts JSON data. And if you're going to have our endpoint accept a video, we need to have this to be multi-form data.
And so we are not just going to be working with JSON data here, we're going to be working with multi-form data from our front end so that we can allow for video files. And so I'm just going to delete this here, and I'm going to redefine my types and what I am accepting. So we are going to be accepting the upload file, which is a binary data and a form and text. We save the video to the uploads folder immediately, and this will ensure zero latency. Then we are going to queue the task, and if the task is meant to be published for now, we are going to go ahead and publish the post immediately. So let me change this and create the multiform type accepted data, and I'm just going to delete this. Write anything here. I want us to import the shuttle import at the top of our file, and I want us to go ahead and also import some very important components from FastAPI. We're going to import the file, we're going to import the form, you're going to go ahead and import the HTTP exception, and we're going to come also down here, and I'm going to have from typing, I'm going to import the list, I'm going to import the optional, and then I'm going to import the literal. And so these are just the types that I'm going to define. And here we are going to start by now creating an endpoint that is going to accept our binary data and our text data. So it's going to accept a mix of our binary data, which we need because we're going to upload the file in form of a binary, which is the video, and you're also going to define the other text data, the other text types of form. So the request will have a mixture of the text, which is the form, and the file. So to do this, you're going to come here and create a title. It's a type of a string, and this is going to be a form type, and it's going to be have 3 dots, and it's going to be required. So when you pass 3 dots here, it means that this is required. And then you're going to have a description, and the description is going to be a form, a string, a string type, and it's going to be in the form, and it's a none, default of a none, meaning that we don't really require the description. And then we have the privacy status, which is going to be a type of a literal type, which is going to have only two types, only two strings accepted here, which is either the public or the private. Okay, and then when you go to come here, we're now going to have our form, and this is a default of public. I'm going to set mine to public. You can set yours to private if you don't really want your test videos to be uploaded to YouTube for the public view. And then after this, I'm going to come here and define another very important type of request that we must have, and it's going to be YouTube IDs, and this is going to be a list, and it's going to be a list, a string list. It's going to be a list of a string. It's basically, you can basically think of it as an array of strings, and we are going to have this in the form, and this is going to be a required field. So we cannot work without the YouTube IDs, because this is going to help specify which YouTube channel that we want to post to. So one video can be posted to multiple YouTube channels thanks to this type right here, thanks to this field right here. And then we are going to go ahead and have our file, which is going to be a type of upload file, which I forgot to import here, upload file, and it's going to be upload file. So I imported the upload file from the FastAPI, and it's going to be a type of a file, and it's required. Okay, So note of the fields that are required. The title is required, the YouTube ID is required, and the file is required. And so I'm just going to come here and I'm going to start my logic by checking whether we have the correct video type. So if the file dot content type is not the MP4 video, okay, so if we don't have the video being a type of MP4, if we don't have the videos being MP4 type, then we are going to throw an error, and this is why we use the HTTP exception. So we're going to raise a HTTP exception, and we are going to have a status of 400, and we're going to say only MP4 videos are allowed. We're only going to allow MP4 videos. And then we are going to go ahead and now create the directory in which we are going to have our video uploads. And the upload, we are going to have the upload dir, which is the upload directory, as the uploads. It's going to be uploads. And we are going to use our OS to make the dir. And if the directory already exists, if the dir already exists, it's going to be still okay. It's going to proceed to still save the videos. So we are going to check for this. You're going to say OS make dirs, and we are going to pass the upload dir right here to tell our OS where it should create our directory, in which file, what should folder be named. And if the upload directory already exists, we're just going to continue with saving the video. And the file location for the video is going to be literal string. It's going to be our upload dir and the file name. So file, this is how we access the file name, file.file name. And now we have defined our file location, but we have not written to the file. So to write the bytes directly to the file, which is going to be very fast with FastAPI, you're going to have a try and exception as a, and then you're going to raise a HTTP exception, and it's going to be a status of 500. It's going to be literal string, and it's going to be could not save the file. It's going to be the error as a string. Then you're going to come here and now write our code. So you're going to start with open. We're going to read the bytes and write them to our file and save them. So file dot location, and this is going to be write bytes. You're going to write raw bytes into our file location, and it's a file, not dot location, it's a file underscore location. So we are going to open this file location, and you're going to write the bytes, and we are going to come and have shuttle do this. So we write the file stream directly to the disk buffer using shuttle.copy file object. This ensures we do not load the entire file into the RAM, preventing memory exhaustion on large uploads and making this way more faster. So I'm going to have the file, and I'm going to have it right to the buffer. And we forgot to have this as the buffer. So now we have, with opening the file location, which is just defined here, we are going to write the bytes directly in our location. So this is going to be faster, and this is going to ensure that we don't load the entire file into the RAM, preventing memory exhaustion on larger file uploads. So I'm not going to go and check whether the user has selected one channel to post for their YouTube. If the user has selected multiple YouTube channels to post the same video, then we can still do that. And you're going to do that with this logic right here. So I'm just going to come here and create an empty list, and it's going to be called created videos. And I'm going to have it as an empty list. We are going to loop over all the YouTube IDs. So for YouTube, ID in YouTube IDs, we're going to create this loop. For every YouTube ID, we are going to create a new video. We are going to create a new video for every YouTube ID. So for that's literally for every channel. We are going to be creating a new video for every channel. And you're going to have the title. And now I'm going to remove this video data because you're no longer working with the JSON schema that you have defined. And Control D to select both of them. And I'm just going to delete them. And I'm going to come here and also have my status, my privacy status as my privacy status, and I'm going to have my user ID as our ghost user of 1, and then I'm going to have now my YouTube account ID being equal to my YouTube ID. And then I'm going to come here and now replace the file path with the file location that we have just defined. And I'm going to come here and have the status of all these videos to queued. And now I'm going to go ahead and add the new video and save this to Postgres. And now I'm going to have the await DB commit outside the loop so that it can be an atomic transaction. So if one video has failed to create, then we cancel the whole process. So that's why I'm having my DB commit outside of the loop. And then I'm going to come here and say for video in created videos. Now we are going to loop over the successfully created videos. I'm going to just click on tab right here. I'm going to click tab, and then I'm going to come here. I'm going to come here and I'm going to refresh all the videos that I've just created. I'm going to remove this print. You're going to see these being printed in our Celery task, and we are now going to return a message. We're going to return this object, a message, and it's going to be a literal string, and we queued you're going to get the length of the created videos, you're going to get the length of the created videos, and then you're going to say that length uploads. So we have queued, like, let's say if you have 5 created videos, we say queued 5 uploads. And then you're also going to have the video IDs, and then we're going to come here, and then we're going to get v for v in created videos. So we're going to come here, and now we're going to get the video for every created video, and you're going to get its ID. So this is what you're going to be returning when you successfully create the videos. And remember, the reason why we are doing this is because so that we can be able to post to different YouTube channels. It's the same content to different YouTube channels. And this is going to make our automation very, very cool, and it's going to make it very useful. So if a user has a video and wants to post to different channels, he can do this with our automation. So if I just give you see the red lines right here, just give them a minute and they are going to be disappeared. So this is how we are going to have our create video endpoint updated. And you're going to include our auth router, which is now having our OAuth URL and our callback, Google callback URL. So I'm going to include routers. I'm going to come here at the top and import my auth. I'm just going to come here and have my auth router just like that. And now we are going to go ahead and test for our OAuth initialization. Code is written, the engine is cold. It's time to turn the key. In this part of the video, we are going to test our OAuth integration, but we are not going to write a React frontend to do it. Well, you might ask how, but this is one of the very great advantages and great pros of working with FastAPI, because you're going to use one of the best features of FastAPI, the automatic documentation, or what you'd like to call the Swagger UI, all offered out of the box by FastAPI. I have a simple error here. It's also a typo error where I wrote include routers. It's include router, and I'm going to save this. FastAPI generates a website for you that lets you test your API directly in their browser, and I think that feature is just quite amazing. So I want to come to my YouTube service.py, and I noticed something in my YouTube service.py that might cause an error. So here we are having the exchange token method, and you can see when we are initializing our OAuth, the main point of initializing our OAuth is to get the temporary code that is being sent to the callback URL. So the callback URL I just gave in my list of authorized redirect URIs in our Google Cloud platform is the URL that is going to be called by Google, and Google is going to attach the code, a very short-lived code, and is going to attach the state and all other and the scopes information. So when Google attaches the code to that callback URL, we take that code and we tell Google, hey, you have given us this code, now we want the access token. And now Google verifies the code and it gives us the access token, which is the word that I'm using, permanent keys here. But this library we're using here, this flow library that we imported from the Google OAuth OLib flow, might cause errors because it's very strict. So I want us to handle this exchange token code manually, and that's why I'm going to replace this exchange code function with my own exchange code function, and I have refactored this to the manual token exchange to avoid errors, because it's going to be the flow library is going to be so strict, and it might refuse to accept our local host because it's not in the production domain. It's not a production domain, so it might bring up a lot of issues and it might refuse to exchange the token. So I'm just going to import the HTTP exception right there. Now, I don't have my request library. We did not install our request library, and request library is usually used in fetching the HTTP request and getting data. So I'm going to just open my terminal, making sure my virtual environment is activated, and I'm going to install pip install requests. And when I have installed the request, I'm going to give it a minute, and the requirement is already satisfied. Nice. So I already have it installed. So if you don't have a request installed, go ahead and install the request library, and we are going to use the request to fetch and to call the Google HTTP, the YouTube HTTP request you're going to make with the request library. And these are more manual way of handling the token exchange. Now, I prefer this way because it's going to have a higher probability of working rather than using the flow library. So let's work with the request right here. So we get the token endpoint, and the token endpoint is right here. This is the token URI. This is the URI that we call to exchange our code for the access token, for the permanent access token. And you can see we are accessing that. In the web dictionary, we get the token URI, yes, right here. So this is the URI that you are going to call to get the permanent access token, okay? And then we go ahead to send this request. We also pass the client secret, which we get right here, which is in our settings, the Google client secret that we just got from our Google Cloud platform. And then we go ahead to pass the code, which is what we get in our callback. So this code has to be attached in our params when Google is redirecting to the callback URL that we just gave it. In our case, which is localhost 8000/auth/Google callback, and we take the code and we take the grant type as a type of authorization code, and then we have the redirect URI, which is also specified in our Google client platform, in our Google Cloud platform. And now we go ahead to have the request.post. So this is the library to help us call the HTTP URI, call the URI, and we are going to pass the data as the payload. So this is passed to the body, okay? So this is the payload that we pass, and then if we don't get a response URL, if we don't get a response status that is correct, if we get this, if you don't get a 200 response status code, meaning that it's okay, then you're going to print the token error. But if the response status code is a 200, which is an okay, we are going to get the JSON response, and then we are going to get the credentials, and you're also going to return the credentials manually. Okay, so let's go ahead and now test for our YouTube or OAuth initialization. Okay, and we are going to do this through the Swagger UI and through the UI offered by FastAPI. So I'm just going to navigate to localhost 8000 docs, and you can see right here I have my nice UI. All this is given by FastAPI. And this interface you're seeing here, this isn't just a list of URLs, because I know you see the video endpoint, the auth Google login, or Google callback. This isn't just a list of URLs. This is an interactive testing console. And I want to show you one very cool stuff that you can do. So you can come to your endpoints here, and you can come to one of these routers, like the auth router, and we can group these into different groups. So I'm going to come here, and right here I'm going to just pass the tags, and I'm going to call this I'm going to just
have this as the auth. And once I save these and I come and reload.
On reloading, you can see we have the auth group just right there, separated from the rest of the endpoints. So we have grouped these into one for all the auth endpoints. And also you can note that we are repeating both of our router are being initialized with an auth. So how about we go in our API router and just add the auth prefix, and every route that is going to be initialized in this file has to start with an auth. So I'm just going to get rid of the auth now in my router and just have it as a prefix when I define my API router, which is also cool, just like that. And now all the endpoints in my auth file, they have to be initialized with this prefix, with the prefix auth, and the endpoints will follow after the prefix. So all the endpoints in my auth file now in my router are initialized with the auth, and when I have the tags as the auth, I am able to separate my endpoints from different from the rest of the endpoints. How about I do the same for the posts, and I'm just going to have the tags, and I'm going to have these set to posts tags. Also, when I reload, watch what happens. So I'm going to reload this. Just give it a minute to reflect. And there we go. I have my posts group. So all my similar routes are grouped into different uh, categories. So I have the auth and I have the post. And how you do this is by going ahead and when defining your router, you can have the tags to differentiate your endpoint routes. And this is amazing. So you can see the UI console that I'm getting once I click on the drop down arrow on one of my endpoints. And right now I'm in the auth Google callback endpoint. And I want us to try this out by clicking the try it out button.
Click on execute, try it out. You can see that we're getting this error. Please correct the following validation errors. And the reason why we're getting these errors is because we don't have any code in the parameters. And this is just to test out whether this validation is working. You can see in our auth Google callback, we need a code string. But this is not what we want to initialize our OAuth. This is what we're using to initialize our OAuth. So in the auth Google login, come here, try it out and execute. And we get this URL right here. And we are going to copy this URL right here. And you're going to open this in a new tab. So let me just go ahead and copy the URL. And I'm going to make this a full screen now. So let me go ahead and copy the URL. And then I'm going to come and paste it in a different tab, just like that. And it brings me to this Google login consent screen. This is a standard Google sign-in screen. Select your account. And then you'll see a warning sign screen saying Google hasn't verified this app. That is normal because we are in development mode. So just click on continue and click on continue again. And you see SmartTube already has some access. See the 4 services to which SmartTube will access. Okay, click on continue.
If it's your first time connecting to your YouTube channel, you're going to see boxes showing different permission. I just want you to check all the boxes or just click on the top most box to check all the permissions. And after doing this, click on continue.
Ping into this internal server error. Nice. Let's go and look at our logs at our terminal in the Docker. So the error we are encountering is basically the password hash error, and is the error of our password field in our users table. And this field should not be empty. And also this field, we had named this field the wrong way. We had started with
the hash password, we had inversed the naming, and we should now go ahead and just create something in the password hash. So I'm just going to fill the password hash with something just like this. The password hash equals to null password or whatever. Make sure this field password hash is not empty. So you can see in our models.py we had defined the password hash, and we defined it as the password hash. So actually we named it as the password hash. So I'm going to just delete that to that one. Make sure you have saved your models.py when you make the change. If you had made a typo here, I should not have an R in the password hash. So I'm just going to do this again, Alembic revision, and I'm going to have auto generate, and I'm going to have the message fixed typo, and I'm just going to have this message users. I'm just going to do this again. So again, I'm going to do this, and fixed typo users table, and I should be getting a new revision script, and I'm just going to go and update done, and I'm just going to now do Alembic upgrade head, and I'm just going to do this, and I'm going to wait for a second for this to finish, and then I'm going to come back to my auth py and make sure now you have defined the password hash the correct way, and now you've made the change. So come here and just fill the password hash in our if you don't have a user, which we don't have, we are going to create a new user, the ghost user. So just have something in the password hash. Fixing this password hash error, let's look whether we have another error that might arise from our SQLAlchemy and our database connection. We look at if we have an account, we always update the token to keep them fresh if we have an account, else we link a new channel. Let's look at these fields whether they match what we have in our YouTube account, and you can see our YouTube account has the ID, user ID, okay, it has the channel ID, okay, and it has the channel name, okay, and access token, refresh token, okay, channel ID, channel name, access token, refresh token, and we also have the token expiry, but we don't have the thumbnail. So let's delete this thumbnail because it's going to bring up an error when trying to create our new YouTube account to connect, and let's delete that thumbnail there. We don't think we should have a thumbnail in our YouTube account creation or channel. So with these changes I've made, I want to save, and now I want to go ahead and just refresh this page right here, and I'm going to go full screen on my browser, and I'm going to refresh the page, and then now I'm going to come here to my login drop down again, and then I'm going to try it out, and then I'm going to just click on that, and then I'm going to try it out, and I'm going to click on execute. Now I should have this new URL. I'm going to copy this URL and I'm going to paste it, hoping that this time we have no error. Okay, so just going to go ahead and put on the clicking on the account. Again, I like to show my errors and how I solve them to be more authentic, and for you, maybe when you encounter a similar error, you'll also be able to solve it. I think is another part that most tutorials miss. They don't show you how they bump into errors and how they solve the errors. I'm going to click on continue. I'm going to click on continue, and I get this return of null. Okay, let's go ahead and check on our terminal, and let's see what we get. And we have linked our channel. Wow, yeah, we have linked our channel. It has been successful, and we have actually created our first connection, social connection with our YouTube channel. That's some nice job, and I'm just going to come back to my code, and I'm going to look at this auth, and yeah, everything looks to have worked successfully. You can see we're supposed to print the link channel and the channel name, and that's what we have printed in our terminal, in our FastAPI terminal.
And so everything has worked successfully, and everything has worked as it should. So yeah, you have linked your first YouTube channel, and it has been a success. If you have seen this, if your channel name has been printed on your terminal, then it was a success. And this cannot work if you don't have a YouTube channel. So if you want this to work, make sure you have a YouTube channel to work with in the first place. Some nice job.
Console in our Neon database, we can see our first YouTube account connected and our first YouTube account entity created in our database. We can see the user ID, we can see the channel ID, the channel name, and all those important details, even the access token and the refresh token. You have done a nice job so far. And now for the real testing, we are actually going to test our first video upload. And you can see the YouTube ID is an integer, the user ID is an integer. Now I made the mistake of giving the YouTube ID as a string, as defining it as a string in my post video router endpoint. So I'm just going to come back to my routers post, and I'm going to come here and I'm going to change the YouTube IDs to a list of integers, because what you have in our database is an integer. So when you try to pass an integer to a string field, which you're going to use in our Swagger UI to test for a video upload, we are going to run into an error. So I've changed the YouTube IDs from a list of strings to a list of integers. So before we go ahead to create the video and test for the video upload in our Swagger UI documentation, I want to go through the scheduled task, the PY, and explain what is happening when we call the scheduled task in our post endpoint. So what you see here is a simulation of posting our video. Over here in our worker, this function process upload is completely decoupled from the API. It doesn't know who clicked the button. It doesn't care about the HTTP request. It only cares about one thing, the database ID. When it wakes up, it uses the ID to fetch the file path and credentials. The simulation proves that our worker can talk to our database independently. It is if this part fails, no video will ever get uploaded. So without even uploading the real video first, we're going to test with this simulation. And I have to do here to actually upload the video to YouTube using the YouTube service. And we're just going to do this in a minute. But first, we're going to test for this simulation and see what really happens. So with our editor on the left and our browser on the right, let's click on the try it out button. And I'm going to create my first upload. My first upload is the title of the video, and this was created through the SmartTube API, and this is a public for me. I'm going to have one, and I wanted to choose a very lightweight file, preferably below 10 MB, because we don't want lagging. This is just a test, so make sure you choose a very lightweight video file as your file. So I'm going to choose my video file, and I have chosen my file. Now I want to take note that in our root directory we have no upload directory, and this is where we should store the video. So we don't have the video directory yet, so we should see a new video upload directory right here when we create our video successfully, because that is where the video is going to be saved. And for that reason, I also want to monitor what is happening with my first API, and I'm going to see that the logs for my API by writing docker compose, and I'm going to write the logs and the F flag and the API. Now I can also see what is happening with my first API, and I should see a status of a post 200 if I post the video successfully. So I'm going to click on the execute button. Just like that, you see we get a post video a status of 200, meaning it's okay, and we get a return of null. That's what I expected because I'm returning nothing here. But I should also be seeing this in my schedule.py. I should come here in my schedule.py and I should be seeing this in my upload function. I should be seeing worker received task, but I don't see that right here. It's as if our scheduled task has received nothing. And the reason for this is because we came here and we created this empty list of our videos. And whenever we created a new video, we were supposed to finish the function here by looping over the created videos. And right here in the created videos, when you're looping over the created videos, is when you are calling our Celery task. And while I'm at it, I would like to explain how the publish video task dot delay is working. And why am I now just calling this function normally? Why am I calling this function in our schedule task as publish video task and adding the dot delay method? Well, the dot delay method is the magic switch. If we just call the function normally, your API would freeze certainly. It would hang until the video finished uploading. By typing .delay, we are telling Python, package this data, throw it into the queue, and return a success message to the user immediately. This is why our API feels instant, even if the work is heavy, and this is why it's going to be quick in response. And I also made a bug of passing the new video as while refreshing the list of created videos, and I also made a mistake of passing the new video.id. I was referring to the new video created in our other loop. Right here in this loop, we are mapping over the created videos, and we are doing this for video in created videos. We are looking for every video. So here we should have a wait db refresh and then just pass in the video and polish videos publish video task dot delay, pass in the video.id, not the new video. But a mistake we did is that we did not append a new video to our created videos list. So this list is still empty. That's why when the function here is trying to loop, it has nothing to send to the Celery task. So I'm going to just correct that, and I'm going to have here append the new video to the empty list of created videos. So just like that, I'm going to come and write created videos, and I'm going to append the new video, just like that. And once I append the new video to these created videos, I expect to see the video being sent to the Celery task. So for every video that we create, we are going to be appending it to our list, this list of created videos. And that before we even go ahead to loop over the created videos, we are supposed to commit, and this commit is outside of the loop function, meaning that we are committing all of the new created entries. This is an atomic transition. It's an atomic transition. So let's go ahead and now do what you're supposed to do. Let's reload the page and let's now create a new video, a new file. Now, I told you to take note of the upload directory. I had no uploads directory, and now you can see we have a new uploads directory, meaning that our video was created, but it was never scheduled. It was never sent to the Celery task. It was the Celery task function was never called because of this small error we had here. Now, on fixing that bug, you should expect to see these logs in your Celery worker. The log should be worker received task for video, and we should be seeing the starting upload pipeline for our video title. And okay, let me try it out again, and I'm going to have my second best upload, and I'm going to just come here and I'm going to say this was the second upload through the smart tube API, right? And I'm going to have this to public. Again, the channel account, the YouTube ID, account ID is still one. I'm going to choose a very lightweight video file again. You can just repeat the video file that you used before. Now I'm going to open my logs again. I'm going to open my terminal on the left of my editor, and I'm going to look for the FastAPI terminal, and I'm going to see what is happening in the FastAPI terminal. Again, I should get a status of 200 for the post video endpoint. And I get the 200 status, and now I should be getting the worker received task for video. And let me just put this into full screen so that you can see this clearly. And you can see starting upload pipeline for my second video. And yes, so now our Celery publish video task is working, but this is not actually going to post the video to our real YouTube channel. This was just a simulation. You see right here, we simulated a 5-second upload. So we were just testing whether Celery is up and running, and we were just testing whether the process video upload function is actually working. Now we are going to write the real implementation to actually post to our YouTube channel. And so I'm just going to paste in the function that should be using the YouTube service to process the video upload and post this to YouTube. So I'm just going to paste in the real function. Now I'm just going to have my Celery scheduled task pasted in, the new Celery scheduled task function pasted in just like this. And now let me just Control Z to undo what I've done. I want you to note that in our simulation test, in our simulation function, which was just a simulation to test for the process video upload task, we created a new task engine. We opened our engine. This line here, opened the engine. So it did what it was supposed to do, and it was only a try except block. But when we open the engine, because in our database.py, when we define our task engine, we remember there are two engines in our database.py. There's a global engine. Okay, there's a global engine. This is used by the FastAPI, and there's a task engine which is used for our Celery task. And this case here does not pull any connection. So it opens and it never closes. So when we are working with our task engine right here, after doing our try and getting an error or getting success, we should go ahead and have another block right here that is going to close up the connection. See, for our FastAPI, we cannot get an error when we fail to close the engine, because the app starts one event loop and keeps it running. But in Celery, every time a task runs, async io.run right here, it creates a brand new event loop. If you try to reuse a database engine or a connection pool from a previous task, the driver crashes out because that connection belongs to a loop that no longer exists. So if you're going to implement our new functionality, we need to have a finally, and you're going to have finally, and you're going to have an await, and you're going to have engine, then you're going to dispose the engine. This is like closing the connection after we are done using our engine. So let's go ahead and paste in our new let's go ahead and just paste in our new functionality and our new Celery task just like that. And you can see in all of my functions here, I have a try except and a finally block to close our engine when it's done with one task. Okay, because if we fail to close the engine, Celery workers are long-running processes, and we are going to create a zombie engines that are going to stay in memory. Now, if you don't really get that, don't worry. Just note that we added a finally block to close our engine. And now in this function, I just upgraded this function to actually use our YouTube service to post to our YouTube account. And first thing that you're doing right here is that we are going ahead to select the video using our video ID, because this is the only thing that you are passing once we create our video. This is the only thing that you are passing to our publish video task function, right? And the publish video task is it's not now the it's the publish video task. Now we are going to change this to, no, we should not change anything. So this is the function that we are calling right here in our post.py, and we are passing in the video ID. So we are going to check up for the video and get the video using the video ID. And you're also going to check for the YouTube account. And if we don't have a video, we return this error message. And if the video is not linked to a YouTube account, we are also going to return an error message. And then we print without our worker is starting the upload, and then we update the status, and then we prepare the credentials that you're going to pass into our YouTube service. We also prepare some of the video metadata, and then we initialize our YouTube service class, and then we go ahead to call our YouTube service upload video file method, and we update the status once it is successfully published. And we go ahead to also update the fields in the database with the YouTube video ID, which we get once our video is successfully published. Basically, that's what is happening. And in spite of getting a success or an error, we have this finally block that is going to close the engine. We're going to have a strict life cycle of one task, one engine, one cleanup. And this is where we do the cleanup. So this is the cleanup right here. To dispose our engine. And this guarantees that no matter what happens, even if the upload fails, the connection is killed before the task finishes. Now, with that being said, let's now go ahead and post to our actual YouTube channel. So once you're connected to your YouTube channel, we are now going to go ahead and post to that YouTube channel using the API and the service. Let's go ahead and test for this. And I'm just going to have my YouTube channel opened in another tab right here. Now I'm just going to have my Celery scheduled task pasted in, the new Celery scheduled task function pasted in just like this. And now let me just Control Z to undo what I've done. I want you to note that in our simulation test, in our simulation function, which was just a simulation to test for the process video upload task, we created a new task engine. We opened our engine. This line here opened the engine. So it did what it was supposed to do, and it was only a try except block. But when we open the engine, because in our database.py, when we define our task engine, we remember there are two engines in our database.py. There's a global engine. Okay, there's a global engine. This is used by the FastAPI, and there's a task engine which is used for our Celery task. And this case here does not pull any connection. So it opens and it never closes. So when we are working with our task engine right here, after doing our try and getting an error or getting success, we should go ahead and have another block right here that is going to close up the connection. See, for our first API, we cannot get an error when we fail to close the engine, because the app starts one event loop and keeps it running. But in Celery, every time a task runs, async io.run right here, it creates a brand new event loop. If you try to reuse a database engine or a connection pool from a previous task, the driver crashes out because that connection belongs to a loop that no longer exists. So if you're going to implement our new functionality, we need to have a finally, and you're going to have finally, and you're going to have an await, and you're going to have engine, then you're going to dispose the engine. This is like closing the connection after we are done using our engine. So let's go ahead and paste in our new, let's go ahead and just paste in our new functionality and our new Celery task, just like that. And you can see in all of my functions here, I have a try, except, and a finally block to close our engine when it's done with one task. Okay, because if we fail to close the engine, Celery workers are long running processes, and we are going to create a zombie engines that are going to stay in memory. Now, if you don't really get that, don't worry. Just note that we added a finally block to close our engine. And now in this function, I just upgraded this function to actually use our YouTube service to post to our YouTube account. And first thing that you're doing right here is that we are going ahead to select the video using our video ID, because this is the only thing that you are passing once we create our video. This is the only thing that you are passing to our publish video task function, right? And the publish video task is, this is the function that we are calling right here in our post.py, and we are passing in the video ID. So we are going to check up for the video and get the video using the video ID. And you're also going to check for the YouTube account. And if we don't have a video, we return this error message. And if the video is not linked to a YouTube account, we are also going to return an error message. And then we print without our worker is starting the upload, and then we update the status, and then we prepare the credentials that you're going to pass into our YouTube service. We also prepare some of the video metadata, and then we initialize our YouTube service class, and then we go ahead to call our YouTube service upload video file method, and we update the status once it is successfully published. And we go ahead to also update the fields in the database with the YouTube video ID, which we get once our video is successfully published. Basically, that's what is happening. And in spite of getting a success or an error, we have this finally block that is going to close the engine. We're going to have a strict life cycle of one task, one engine, one cleanup. And this is where we do the cleanup. So this is the cleanup right here. To dispose our engine. And this guarantees that no matter what happens, even if the upload fails, the connection is killed before the task finishes. Now, with that being said, let's now go ahead and post to our actual YouTube channel. So once you're connected to your YouTube channel, we are now going to go ahead and post to that YouTube channel using the API and the service. Let's go ahead and test for this. Now, let's test for the real YouTube upload video. Let's test for the real YouTube upload function. This is actually uploading to YouTube. And I'm going to have my endpoint in my Swagger UI documentation, and I'm going to fill in the details. And now we're not testing for the simulation. The logs should be actually showing for the real video upload. So I'm filling in my title, my description. I'm going to fill in the details for my title, my description, my privacy status, my YouTube IDs, and then I'm going to choose a lightweight file to upload. And then I'm going to now have my logs on the left side of my editor, and I'm going to have my browser on the right side, and I'm going to click on the execute button. Now I should see the logs for my real YouTube video upload, and I have supposed to get a 200 starters of okay, and you see the video is created, the post is created. Now I should expect the logs to show for the real video upload. And looking at the logs for my worker, it seems like I'm getting the logs I was getting when I was testing for my simulation. This should actually be displaying different logs because I have updated the scheduled task.py to actually upload the video, but I'm getting the logs that I was getting when I was testing for the simulation. Let's see why. The reason I did not get a success or when posting is because I was still running my old Celery scheduled task.py file, and I was still running the code in my old Celery task scheduled task.py. And so for me to now run the new upload function, the new upload publish video task, for Docker to register this new task, I need to rebuild the containers. So I just shut down my containers, and I did this by clicking Control C on the Docker build command, the terminal that had run the Docker build command. So come here and click Control C, and when you click Control C, these containers will shut down and forcefully close and be brought down. And once you've run that, you're going to run again now the Docker compose app, and then you're going to run add the build flag just like that. So now you are going to run the Docker compose build command again to have the new containers running and registering your new functions in the Celery scheduled task.py. Now that I've rebuilt my containers, I want you to do the same, rebuild the containers. And if you want to make sure that the containers are being brought down, you can run the command to also bring the container down. Docker compose down. Okay, so Docker compose and then down. So this will shut down your containers and bring down your containers, and then you can rebuild them again. So I want to now go ahead and also have my logs again, Docker compose. So I have already rebuilt my container. So go ahead and do the build up, shut down the container and build them again. So I want to log my Celery task, and I also want to log my FastAPI instance. to see what is going on. So I'm going to run docker compose and then the logs and then the worker. So I'm now seeing what is happening in the worker, and I'm going to come here and also run docker compose the logs, and then I'm going to have the F for the API, and then we're going to see what is happening in the API. So now let me refresh this page again, and now I'm going to create a video, and this time we should successfully post to our YouTube. And I have my YouTube channel studio right here, and you can see there are no videos right now. So if you fail to see a video created in your videos, it's in the shorts, because I'm going to be uploading a very lightweight file, and it's probably going to be in the shorts. So if your file is larger, maybe than 20 MB, maybe it's in the videos. If your video is very short and maybe a duration of less than 3 minutes, you expect the video to be in the short. So check for these two. So let's now go ahead and test for this. I'm going to click on the try it out button, and it's going to be my first real upload test. And then I'm going to give the description created. This was created through the smart tube API. Would you like to try it out? Would you like to try it out? And then I'm going to have this set to public, and I'm going to come here and I'm going to link up my YouTube ID and have my YouTube channel account connected to the video. And I'm going to choose a very lightweight file, probably with a duration of less than a minute, and I'm going to be sure that it's going to be posted in the shorts. So any video that you choose, I would recommend that you choose a lightweight video, preferably below 14 MB, so that you can just test for this function. If you choose a heavyweight video, it's going to cause lagging. It's going to take a lot of time to process. So it's going to be the clip I just chose in the last video when I was uploading the last video. And I'm now going to click on the execute, and what I should expect to see here is a return status of 200 on my video post router endpoint. Just like that, we created our video, and now I should see these logs in my Celery task. I should see that the Celery task should pick up the video, and you can see it's trying to refresh, and it should give us a success message. The success message should be worker success video. And yes, you see, I get the success message, and it's a status of success, and the video ID is this, and we have the YouTube video ID, meaning that the YouTube video has been created. Let's go and check this out in our shorts, and in my shorts I'm going to refresh this. And here is my video that was created, and when I click on this video, and you see we have our video right here, and you can go ahead and edit your video, and you have successfully posted your first video without actually touching your YouTube studio, and you have done this as our description has told us through the SmartTube API. Congratulations, nice job. Now we should proceed to work on our front end and have a simple dashboard to be able to do this with a UI and to be able to select a different YouTube channel. Nice job. So in our front end, you're going to get started with Next.js. And just a disclaimer, I'm not going to be getting so deep into Next.js. I might just go in and just paste some UI, and it's going to be a simple UI to be able to post and to be able to just upload a video and send it to our backend. Main focus on this video was on FastAPI, the automation, and the Celery. If you've noticed, I've not even touched on the OAuth part. I've not created real authentication. And I'm planning to come up with another tutorial to explain OAuth with Next.js and FastAPI and how to use the JWT tokens to get a user registered and to send a verification email to the user. I'm going to do this in another video, but in this video, I'm not going to be doing the authentication part, and I'm just going to create a very simple front end for my Next.js, which is just going to be able to upload a video and select a YouTube channel. So let's go ahead and initialize our new application by coming here and copying this command, and then you're going to paste this in your terminal. Now the next JS, maybe for this version, for the at the time I'm creating the video, the version is Next.js 16, and maybe by the time you're watching this video, it might be Next.js 17. The versions for Next.js change very quickly. So at the current time I'm recording the video, the version is 16, Next.js version 16. Want is to create a new frontend directory still in my SmartTube. This is how I usually deploy my files. I deploy them in two different repositories. So I'm not going to have the SmartTube all in one repository due to deployment issues. So I want to have the backend deployed in a different service, and I want to have the frontend deployed in a different service. And how I usually do this, I have my files in my folders in two different repositories. And I'm going to deploy the frontend repository on its own, and I'm going to deploy the backend repository on its own. So I'm going to come here and create my new directory, and it's going to be the frontend, just like that. And I'm going to access the frontend. And when I access the frontend, I'm going to paste in this, and I'm going to have this dot slash. So when you add this, it means you are creating the file, you're initializing the Next.js file in the current directory that you are in. And the current directory that I'm currently in is the frontend directory. So everything is going to be created in this file. So I'm going to click enter. So if you want to give this another directory or another name, if you add a name, you're going to be creating another file inside the frontend directory. But I want everything to be created just within the file that I'm in right now, and that's why I'm adding the dot slash. So I'm just going to click on enter, and I'm going to give this I'm going to go through the manual configuration together with you to show you how I set up my Next.js. And so I usually use the recommended defaults, but let's set up the settings together. Let's customize these settings together. So I'm going to come and I want to customize my own settings. Yes, for TypeScript, I'm going to use none here. I don't want a lot of strict type checking currently, but I usually recommend you to work with ESLint, but I'm going to click none for now because I'm just creating a simple front end for the dashboard. And for the React compiler, now these are new features that I just discovered, and I just watched a video about it, and it basically takes the memoization or the hooks that are usually used, like the use callback or the use memo, and you no longer need to use these hooks when you're working with the React compiler, because it's going to do it for you under the hood. So it basically makes your development life easier when it comes to working with React. So I'm just going to select yes. So I've gone ahead to select yes for the React compiler. I've selected yes for the tailwind, no for the source directory, yes for the app router, no for the default import alias. And this is basically how I set up my React and my Next.js project. Now, the React compiler is a fresh feature, is a very new feature. And the clue that I've gotten about is that it replaces the use of hooks such as use callback or use memo, where basically it's a headache sometimes to know where to use memo and when to use callback. be honest, it really confuses me a lot. And now the new React compiler is meant to replace this, and it does this under the hood where it knows where to use the use memo and where to actualize the use uh, callback hook. So that's what I've gotten. That's the clue that I've gotten when I've just read the small introduction on the React compiler. So this is a new feature. I've never seen it before. So it's a new feature introduced in the React in the Next JS version 16. So I've just clicked yes because it basically makes my development life easier. And I'm going to work with Tailwind, obviously. And for the source directory, I'm not going to have a source directory in this tutorial. So these are my basic settings configuration, and this is how I like my project to be set up. So I'm going to give this a minute to install, and we'll be right back. Repository, and I want us to create the front-end repository together. To do this, just going to go to GitHub, and we're going to create a new repository. I'm having two different repositories for my backend and frontend, and I'm having to separate these repositories because when I deploy, I won't be to deploy the backend to a different service, and also the frontend will have to be deployed to a different service. So my repository name for my backend, for my frontend, is going to be SmartTube Next Next.js next. I'm just going to say Next.js, and I'm going to come here, and this is the front end, and just have a simple description as this is the front end to my first API YouTube scheduler. So built with the power of Next.js and Tailwind CSS. So, and I'm going to leave this to public so you can access my repository. I'm just going to click on the create repository. I already created the backend repository, but let's do this together. Let's create the front-end repository together. So I have my files here. I want to push my files, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to just come and using my terminal, using my bash terminal, git bash terminal, I think is the best when working with git commands. Git, I'm going to initialize an empty git repository. So just like that, git init, and reinitialize existing git repository. So we already had an existing git repository, okay? So that's the first command. The second command is I'm going to add this file to the git repository, and I'm going to have a dot at the end of the command, and I've added all the files. And now and copy this snippet right here, and I'm going to come and paste it right here, and I'm going to click on enter. All this content, I just want you to delete everything here in this main file. Just want to come and test for Tailwind whether it's working as it should. I'm going to have a h3 here defined, and I'm going to just say class name, and I'm going to just say have the text to 3xl, and I'm just going to have the text to be I'm going to have the font to be bold, and then I'm going to come here and I'm going to just define when we have a dark, when the system theme is dark, we want the text to be white, and when the theme is the theme is light, we want the text to be neutral 800. Okay, so I just want to come and write welcome to the SmartTube API. I said that I'm going to start my Next.js application server JS running npm run dev. This one is simple. You don't have to activate the virtual environment and all that. It saves you quite some headache. So when this is up and running,
I should be able to see my web application running on the localhost 3000.
And there we go. I have my landing page. You can see the font is white, the background is black, meaning that my application is set. Tailwind is working. And now I want us to go ahead and define our types. So if we don't know our data, we don't know our application. So this is the advantage of working with TypeScript, is that it ensures type safety in our front end and also in our back end. So we have Pydantic in our back end, and then we have TypeScript on our front end. So our app is fully type safe. So first we define our data, and we are going to do this by creating a new directory in our root folder, and you're going to call this the types. So I'm just going to go ahead and create a new directory in my root, and I'm going to call this the types. Just like that, the types. Inside the types, I'm going to have the index.ts. And inside the index.ts, I'm going to define my first type, which is going to be my YouTube account. So I'm going to define what I expect from my YouTube account, what I expect in the front end, my YouTube channel. And first thing I'm going to have here, obviously, is the ID. The ID is an integer, but in TypeScript, we don't have integers, we call them numbers. In channel name is a string, and the channel ID is a string. So we have the ID for the YouTube channel, which is the entry, the entry that is created in the database. And you also have the channel ID, which you get when we exchange our code and when we get our details back. And then we have the thumbnail, which is just going, we assume to add this later for style. And this is how you create an optional type. You have a question mark before the colon. This is optional, so it's not required. So we don't really expect this from our backend, but I'm just going to have it as an optional. So I'm going to also define my interface for the video upload payload. So this is the data that I'll be sending to the backend. So you can see this thumbnail, this is optional, we don't require it. And this is how you define an optional type in TypeScript. So we have the interface for the video. You're going to export the interface for the video upload payload. So this is the type of data that I should be sending to the backend, and I'm going to define the types. And I expect to have a title as a string. When I send the data to the backend, I should have a title, which is required. So let me define my title just like this, is a string. The description right here, the description is an optional string. I don't require to have the description. I don't expect this to be required. And I have the privacy status, which only has 2 literal strings. So remember, in my backend, it was a literal of only either public or private. And so here I only have these 2 types of strings that I expect. It's either a public or a private. As simple as that. And then right here, I'm going to have my YouTube IDs, which is a list or an array of numbers. So for the backend in Python, it's a list. Here we are going to have it as an array of numbers or integers, but you're going to call it numbers because this is TypeScript. And then you have the scheduled for, which is optional. So the user can have the video published now or scheduled for later upload. Just like that. Just like that. And these are our types. This is what we expect. This is what we expect to have in our front end. We define the data that you expect from the backend and what we should send to the backend. So this ensures type safety, and this is one of the advantages. This is why I chose to work with TypeScript for type safety and validation, and helping with the autocomplete and just ensuring safety throughout your application. So we are going to now define our base API. And our base API is going to be reused throughout our API services. And so I'm going to create a new file and call it lib.
and then I'm going to have the Axios.ts, and we're going to be making requests with Axios. Axios, you're not going to have the old fetch. We are going to work with Axios, and here we are going to define our base URL, and we're going to define our base headers. So create the lib axios.ts and make sure you have Axios installed. So I'm going to install Axios, as simple as that, npm install Axios. And one of the advantages of working with Axios is that you set the base URL once and you forget about it, and you can reuse this throughout your components and your APIs. So that's why I like working with Axios. So first at the top, I'm going to import Axios. And then I'm going to define my base API. And it's going to be Axios create. And I'm going to open the parentheses, square brackets, open the square brackets, have the base URL defined just like that. And it's going to be the http:/localhost 8000. Okay. And I'm also going to define my headers. And for the headers, I want you to note that these headers are not permanent as we have defined them in the base. These are just the default headers. They can be dynamic. So for now, the default headers are going to be the content type of application/JSON. Application/JSON. But these headers can change anytime, because remember, when you're sending this data to our backend, it's supposed to be a multi-form data. So for now, we're just going to have them as application JSON. And then I'm going to export the base API as a default, just like that. So we have our base API defined. We can reuse these throughout our services, our API services. And I want to go ahead and create a new file, and I'm going to create a new folder. And I'm going to call this new folder, and I'm going to call this new folder services. I'm going to create the services folder, and here's where I'm going to define my services. This is where the communication with our backend is going to actually happen. So now the service layer, this is where the magic happens. We need to fetch channels and upload videos. So I'm going to just import the YouTube channel from the types. I'm going to import the API that I just created, the base API, and I'm going to have my OAuth services defined here. And the first service that I'm going to have in my OAuth service is the Google login, the Google login OAuth initialization, and it's going to be an async function, an async arrow function. And we're going to open the function just like this, and we're going to have the const result as an await, and then we call the API, and then dot, and then it's going to be get. And we have already defined our base URL, so right here we just define the endpoint. Okay, so you see how this works. We have the base URL. You're not going to define the headers again, and you're not going to define the whole URL. Just going to define the endpoint, and the result now, what you're going to return is the result.data, and then you're going to get the auth URL. As simple as this. And then remember, in our backend currently, we lack a get channels endpoint. So I'm going to write this service assuming we added a simple get endpoint of auth channels, which you're going to add. You're going to add that endpoint to our backend. So I have to still fetch all of the user channels, and I'm just going to create this endpoint in my first API after this. So let me have the result as an await of API get and then I'm going to fetch all the user channels, and I'm going to have this endpoint created in my FastAPI backend is all channels, and this is supposed to fetch all the user channels, and I'm going to return the data, the result.data. I'm going to return the whole object. I'm going to return all the channels for the user. And now, outside of this auth service, I'm going to export another service. It's called video service. And here we're going to open square brackets, and you're going to have the upload function, which basically uploads our videos to our backend. And this upload function is also an async function. And it's going to take an argument of the video. It's going to take an argument of the form data. And let me just define the result here. The const result is going to be an await API, and then the posts, and then you're going to have this post to our router video post endpoint to create the video. So this is going to post to our endpoint in our backend for the video to be created. And I'm going to pass in the form data just like that. And I'm going to define this as a variable. I'm going to accept this as a variable. This is what is going to be passed when we call this function. And the form data is going to be a type of form data as well. So, and then I'm now going to define the headers again to redefine my headers. And remember, in our base API, I told you the headers can be dynamic. In our base URL, in our base API, we set the headers as a type of application.json. Now again, I'm going to redefine the headers, and I'm going to set them as a type of multi-part form data. Just like that, I now have my video service and I have my auth service. Now I have my services defined, and I'm just going to return the response data once we post our video. Just like this, I have my services defined, I have my base API defined, and I have my types defined. So let's now go make the changes in our backend to update the endpoints. We're supposed to now go ahead and create our hooks. But before we do this, I want to remind you that we missed this endpoint, the auth channels, which gives us a list of the user channels or the YouTube accounts that are linked to the user. So we need to create this endpoint, and we need to add this prefix to our video post and route in our backend. And so I'm just going to go and open a window that is going to have my backend code like this. And then I'm going to go ahead and create a new router endpoint. It's going to be a get endpoint, and it's going to have the channels, and this is going to be the auth, the localhost 8000/auth/channels. Remember, all of our auth routes are initialized with the auth prefix. So it's going to be, the URL is going to look like this. It's going to be the localhosts slash 8000, and then it's going to have the auth, and then it's going to have the channels. So this is our endpoint that we are creating right now, and I want to go ahead and define the function for this route, and it's going to be an async def, which is going to get user channels, and we are going to pass our database as a dependency function, so as a dependency injection. So this file will not run if we don't have the database initialized. So our database is going to be a type of a sync session,
and is going to be a dependency injection of the get async database that we defined in our database.py, right? And so we are going to go ahead and now have the logic right here, and it's going to be the result that we want is all of our channels fetched. So we're going to have await db execute, and it's going to select YouTube account, and I'm just going to import the YouTube account at the top right here, and it's already imported. So we're going to select the YouTube account, and you're going to select all the YouTube accounts that are related to the user ID. So it's where the YouTube account user ID equals to our ghost user that we created, which is 1. Now, if we are using OAuth, we would say something like get the current user, and would pass current user dot ID. But right now we are working with a temporary user or a ghost user that we created manually. If we are using actual authentication, we would go ahead and get the current user and pass in their ID. But currently we're just going to pass the ID of the user as 1 because we only have one user in our database. So having defined this result, let me go ahead and now say my accounts equals to the results dot scalars, and then all. I want all the accounts that are associated with the user ID. So all the accounts where user ID equals to 1 will be returned. And now, so it's not results, it's result, sorry. And now I'm going to go ahead and return this. So when this endpoint is called, it's supposed to return the user ID, the account ID, sorry, which is the account dot ID. Yes, I'm supposed to get the channel name, and the channel name is going to be name is going to be account, and then it's going to be account channel name, just like that. So we have defined this in our models, and then I'm going to go ahead and also return the channel ID, and it's going to be the account channel ID, just like this. And this is going to be for account in our accounts, just like that. And this is an array, it's going to be returned as an array, and you're going to get the ID, the channel name, and the channel ID for every account that you're going to return. And I'm going to save these changes, and you go ahead and you can push this to your repository by coming here and writing a message and then committing the changes. So added the get YouTube channel endpoints, just like that, and I'm going to commit and push just like that using the UI that we provided by GitHub right here. It's much easier to work with. Just like that, I have created the auth channels endpoint, and now I'm going to come to my posts right here, and I'm going to add a prefix just before the tag. I'm going to come and add a prefix, and I'm going to have this prefix equals to post. So every route that is going to be defined here has to start with the prefix post. And now we are matching what is in our front end. So let's now go ahead and create our hooks, the hooks that you're going to work with to fetch information and to also post to the backend API and communicate to the backend API. Now we have created a very powerful backend, but if our front end can't talk to it smoothly, it doesn't matter. Remember, creating a system is not just about coding. It's about balancing the load. It's about fetching the request properly. It's about using cached data to avoid refetches. It's about making sure that the API works smoothly with the backend. We don't want to have unnecessary fetching. We don't want to have unnecessary rendering. We don't want to have all these challenges that can make our application lag. And that's why I like working with TanStack query. In the past, you probably used to use effect. I also used to have use effect do my fetching and all these to get my data. You had to manually create state variable, whether it's, for example, is loading, is error, and data. It was messy. Sometimes it was so buggy, and you'd get into a lot of errors and a lot of confusion, and it was certainly boring. Today, we are deleting all of that. We are using TanStack query, formerly known as React query. Think of TanStack query as the traffic controller for your data. It offers safety. It links directly to our TypeScript interfaces, so if the backend changes, the front end will know immediately. It gives us feedback. It gives us built-in flags like is-pending and is-success. We can show loading spinners or success toast without writing a single if statement. And the fun factor, it handles caching automatically. If a user switches tabs and comes back, React query refreshes the data in the background just like magic. Let's set up the provider. So you're going to come here, and for our installation, we're just going to come and copy this snippet to install React TanStack query. And I'm just going to copy the npm I TanStack install TanStack React query. Now, if you're using pnpm or you're working with ban, there are also commands to do that. So for the npm, it's npm install TanStack React query. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to go ahead and install TanStack React query. So I'm going to paste in the command to install TanStack React query. Seems like I did not copy it. Let me just write it manually. So npm I at TanStack query, just like that, and I'm going to give it a minute to install. And once installed just like that, I want you to know that in our next 16 app router, you need to know that this layout.tsx currently is a server component. TanStack query relies on browser context, so it must be a client component. And we're going to solve this by creating a dedicated provider wrapper. I'm going to do this by going ahead and creating a new folder in my root directory, and I'm going to name this providers, just like that. And we are going to initialize the brain of the operation. So we are going to create a query client, provider.tsx, not providers, the provider.tsx. And just like that, I'm going to go ahead and paste in the logic that you need. Just like that, we have our provider right here. And we are also going to have the React query dev tools, which will be useful in helping us debug our Next.js application. So I'm going to go ahead and install this dependency. So I'm going to go ahead and just have npm install at TanStack React query dev tools. Just like that, I'm going to have this installed.
Just give it a few seconds. I've now installed my TanStack React query dev tools to help us in our debugging processes and so on. So this is very important. You can see we have the stale time, the retry. This is the number of times that we tell TanStack query to retry before declaring the API fetch or mutation to be an error. We also tell it don't refresh just because a user clicked the window. So this is super important. And this is how we are going to be fetching and working with our hooks. We are going to be using the React TanStack query in our hooks. And again, you can see the data is always fresh for 1 minute. I like working with TanStack query. It's so useful when it comes to working with our fetch APIs, having our function to post to our backend. All this will be controlled by our TanStack query. So let me go ahead to create my hooks, and just out in my root directory again, I'm going to come here and create the hooks directory, and just like that, I'm going to have all my hooks in one file for this video. And because the reasons why I'm having all my hooks in one file is because this is just a simple dashboard that I want to create. But if it was a different application that is scalable and it's a huge application that I'm working on, I would have the hooks differentiated in different folders or different files. But because I'm just creating a small project and I'm just creating a small dashboard, I have all my hooks in one file. And I'm just going to name this file use smarttube.ts. And before I even start working on my hooks, I have to go and wrap all of my application in this query client provider. And I'm going to do that by coming to my layout, and I'm going to go ahead and just wrap this around my query client provider. So let's import our React query provider component just like that, and we should wrap it in our around our children, right? But just as we are in our layout file, I would like to change a lot of things regarding the font and also configure my toast provider. Yes, I'm going to also have a toast provider, and guess which toast provider you're going to use. So a toast is basically a kind of a notification that pops up as a small window on the left or the top of the whichever side of the screen, is mostly at the top and at the bottom. I want to have the best toast provider and the best toast for our notifications so that we can provide the user with instant feedback and level up our user experience. So let's clear the terminal, and I'm going to install React hot toasts just like that. I'm going to give it a second to install.
Now, once our toast provider is installed, I'm going to import the toaster provider which we install from our React hot toast, and I'm going to change these fonts, and I'm going to update these with the new fonts. So I just want you to follow here while I change my fonts. And I have the inter font and the outfit font. And then now I'm going to change the variables holding the fonts. I'm going to rename the variables. So I'm going to delete these two variables right here. And I'm going to define my fonts again. I'm going to define the outfit font. I'm going to pass in some few configurations. So I'm passing in some few configurations for the fonts.
I have the variables. I have the weight classes right here. I'm going to pass in the weights. I'm going to pass in the different weights categories that I want for the font, for this font, just like that. And I'm also going to go ahead and define my inter font. And I'm going to have inter, open the parentheses, the square brackets. Then I'm going to have the configuration for my inter font. Now I'm going to come here and replace these fonts that were being passed as a class name in my body, and I'm going to replace them with the new fonts. So I'm going to define my outfit font right there, and my inter font like that. And then I'm going to also change the metadata for my app. So I'm going to have this changed. I'm going to change the title and the description. This is how you declare the metadata. This is how you configure the metadata. And this is why Next.js is really preferred, especially SEO, because this metadata can boost user visiting to your website. It can be used in SEO and make your website perform better. So this is how you configure the metadata. So I've changed the name to a smart tube command, and I've changed the description to AI automation dashboard. Simple as that. And then I'm going to wrap my children with the React query provider like that. I'm going to take my children, I'm going to cut this and paste it inside my React query provider. And just inside my React query provider, I'm also going to have my toaster provider for the React hot toast. So if you don't pass this toaster provider in the layout, then React hot toast is not going to work. And then I'm also going to define some settings for the React hot toast. You can have your position. I want to have my position at the top center of my website. So all the toast should be shown at the top center. And like that, I have configured my layout provider, and now I am ready to go ahead and work on creating the actual hooks. So at the top here, I'm going to import my use query from the React TanStack React query. I'm going to import my use query, and I'm going to import my use mutation, and I'm going to import my use query client, just like that. And I'm going to come here and import my services, and I'm going to import my toasts. Now, in our layout, we imported the toast provider in a different way. So we imported the toast as a toaster, right? So here, when importing the toast, it's a small case. So it's starting with a small letter is a small case. So be aware that this is all in small case. So just import toast like that, all in small case. And now let's define our first hook, which is our use channels to create our channels. So I'm going to just export the function use channels, and I'm going to have this function which is going to return a use query. And the first thing you're going to define here is the query key, which is going to be the channels in plural. And you're going to now have our query function to query our channels, not a mutation function. So it's going to be the auth service, and it's going to be the get my channels function to fetch all of our channels. So if you're going to have an error when trying to fetch, let's say we are using this in our function or our page, we're going to fetch the data, and if there is an error, we're going to fetch the is error, and it's going to look something like this. So we're going to have the use channels, and this is how we can get to use our component. So if you get an error, this is how you're going to know we have an error. So when we are defining a query function, we don't really use the on error. So the on error is going to be the mutation function. Let's go ahead and define our other hooks, and you're going to understand what I'm saying. So the second hook is a very special hook, and it's the magic pop-up window login hook. And why I'm calling it the magic pop-up login window hook, you're about to see this in a minute, and it's a very special hook, and I'm going to just call this the use Google login, and I'm going to have so let's go ahead and define our query client first here, and it's going to be use query client, and it's going to be use query client, just like that. And here we are going to go ahead and define our login, and it's going to be a function, and here we are going to do one get the auth URL from the backend. And the way you're going to do this is going to be wrapped in a try catch block, and we're going to come here, and we're going to define the auth URL as await our auth service, which is going to return us the login, which is going to call the login endpoint, which is going to return our auth URL. So this function is meant to call our auth Google login in our backend, which returns the auth URL. Remember, this is the URL that you are copying and pasting in another browser to be redirected to our Google login form, and select our account, select our Google account, and get logged in. Now we are going to do all of this login and authorization without leaving the dashboard screen, and you're going to see how we're going to achieve this. And so I'm going to come here and define some dimension for my pop-up window. The way we are going to achieve this is using a pop-up window. So once a user initializes their login process to your YouTube, get connected to their YouTube channel, all of this is going to be done in a pop-up window. So we're going to define the width as 500, and I'm going to define the height as 600, and I'm just going to call this dimensions for the pop-up, right? And I'm going to come and still define the left. So don't worry if you find this a bit confusing. You don't have to understand everything. You just have to understand that we are defining the dimensions of our pop-up window, and all the authorization and all the initialization of the login is going to happen in a pop-up window. So the left is going to be the window screen width divided by 2 minus the width also divided by 2, and we are going to come here and also define the top, which is the window open parentheses, the window screen height divided by 2 minus the height divided by 2, yes, just like that.
just like that. And now I'm going to define my pop-up, and I'm just going to snop this and have my pop-up like this. Going to be a window, open the auth URL, which we just got returned from our Google OAuth endpoint, and you're going to call this the Google OAuth, and the width is going to be equals to the width, and the height equals to this height and what you have defined. Now, this is another important step. We are going to listen for the success message from the pop-up. And we're going to add an event listener. And it's going to be triggered on the message when you get the message, and on the success message, we are going to have a function called on message. It's going to pass in the event, and we are going to check whether the origin of the window or the message is correctly defined, which is equals to our origin URL, which is equal to localhost, the HTTP localhost 8000. So if the message is not coming from this URL, we are going to return and we are going to exit from this function. You're not going to proceed with the event. And I'm going to come here and just say if the event dot data is equal to OAuth success, then we're going to go ahead and return this. Sorry, the comparison, the syntax error there. So let's return this. If we get a message of success, you're going to go ahead and have our toast success, and it's going to be your channel has been connected successfully, just like that. And now you're going to go ahead and have our query client do a hard refresh on the page, and it's going to be invalid. Query client invalidate queries. This is another advantage of working with our TanStack query. It can do a refresh and we can refetch our data without having the whole page reload. So let's invalidate the query key, the channels query key, and this is going to reload the channels, and you're going to get your channels refreshed. You're going to go ahead and also have our pop-up window closed, and then you're going to go ahead and have the window remove the event listener, just like that. If we have an error, on the other hand, you're going to go ahead and just return this fail to initialize the login, just as simple as that. And then you're going to come here and you're going to have the ID of the upload toasts, just like that. We're going to come here and define our own success. It's going to be a function that is going to return a toast of success of video queued for deployment. Just like that. And it's going to have the ID of the upload toast, just like that. And on error, we're going to return this function, and it's going to have the error passed to it, and it's going to say toasts. Let's open the square brackets for consistency. Toast error, the upload failed, and the error message, just like that. Now we have our functions defined just like that, and now we are going to work with these functions in our dashboard page. So we have defined the functions that return our hooks, and now we are going to use these hooks in our main dashboard page, which is so cool and it's okay, and everything is well set up. But for this, use Google login to work. Remember, we have to listen for a success message from our backend. So we are going to modify our Google login callback URL just a bit, so that when the callback URL is successfully received from Google and the code is exchanged for permanent token, we are able to return a success message, and this is going to happen if the message is an OAuth success. Then we are going to close the pop-up, and we are going to do what is needed on success. We are going to show the toast success. So for us to make this possible, we need to come back to our backend, and right here in my Google callback, in my auth.py, I'm going to come here and just say if we get the OAuth callback error, if we refuse to connect, if we refuse to get our callback, if our callback does not connect with our account, if we don't get the access token, then what you're going to do is you're going to return an error right here. Return, instead we have returned an error already, and you're going to communicate to our backend now, our front end now, that so where am I getting this HTML response to begin with? I'm importing this from my FastAPI. So I'm going to just return a HTML response and tell the front end that no, we should close up the pop-up window and we don't have a success message. How am I going to do this? I'm just going to have my HTML response right here, and I'm going to have the content equals to a JavaScript. So the reason why this is grayed out is because we are putting it after the raise HTTP exception. So I'm just going to put it up here. Actually, I'm going to remove this HTTP exception because we are no longer working with our test API. We are now working with the front end. So I'm just going to remove this because we have mechanisms to deal with the error, and we have the feedback defined in our front end, so the user can see this in the front end application. I'm just going to have my content right here as a literal string, and I'm going to pass in this JavaScript code, and I'm just going to have a simple JavaScript code right here. So this is like working with the raw HTML, and I'm going to have this script just returning a window close, just like that. And then I'm going to go ahead and close the script just like that, and I'm not going to have a status code returned. So I just want to return that when we don't have our connection working. And if we bypass the exception right here, it means that we have successfully gotten back the access token and we have successfully connected the YouTube account. So at the bottom, the most bottom here, I'm going to return the HTML response to tell the front end that we have a successful connection with our account. And I'm going to have this passed in as a content. And it's going to be triple quotation marks. Okay, triple. Just like that. I'm going to have the content just like that. And it's going to be triple quotation marks, and here we are going to return a script. Okay, a script. And what's going to be inside the script is the message of a window opener is going to be post message. It's going to post a message to our front end that we have successfully connected, and the message is supposed to match with what is in the front end, which is OAuth success, just like that. And we are going to define the URL origin, which is our URL which we are using right here, and it's going to be http localhost 8000, just like that. And then we are going to close the window with a success message. So this is handled in the front end. If the front end gets this message, all the other feedback is handled in the front end. The pop-up is closed and the message is shown by the toast. So we have to add this in order to get our Google login or the callback working. And with this, I can now go and save the changes, and you want to commit this to your GitHub. Is updated the OAuth PY endpoint to send success message for the pop-up. And let's commit and push that. Let's commit and push the changes. And now with our OAuth Google callback updated, we are now ready to go ahead and create our dashboard page. A syntax error I seem to got here. It's normal when you're coming from the JavaScript world to the Python world and from the Python world to the JavaScript world. So these are double plus sign, not a triple plus. And when I fix that and I save my changes, the red line should have disappeared. So a simple syntax error in our get channels endpoint. So change that, and now let's proceed to work on our dashboard. We are going to now create our dashboard components. And so far we've done a very good job to create the backend and finish the backend and having our hook set up. It's now time to go ahead and create our dashboard. Now we slice the dashboard into smaller components. We create a component dashboard file, and every piece will have its own job. Now, this is following the principles of creating production grade applications where we don't have all the code in one file. We split the code into reusable components, and that's the importance of working with React. That's one of the superpowers of working with React, is that you can create reusable components. Now we are going to practice this, but even before we have created our components folder and created the dashboard components, I want to open your global CSS, and I've done some modification on the global CSS. You can just go ahead and copy this and paste it in your global CSS file. And you see here, I have defined my theme, and I have my global variables defined here. I have my heading, font heading, being equal to the font heading that I declared in my layout CSS, and I have my font body being equal to what I declared in my CSS. And what we are doing here is that we are mapping the variables and the fonts that we defined in our layout.tsx, our global layout.tsx file. And you're also telling Tailwind to use Inter font as the default sans font for our project. And with this, I'm not going to get so deep into CSS and the components. I'm just going to paste in the components that I'm using for the dashboard. And I'm going to create a new folder in my root directory, and I'm going to name these components. So now I'm going to also create another folder in my components, and I'm going to name this dashboard. Now I'm going to start defining my components, and I'm going to start with the header. And with the header created, I'm going to paste in the header, and this is how my header is going to look like. And at the top here, I want to make sure that you have initialized this with a use client. We cannot work with a hook inside a server file. We need to make this be a client side file. So we have to initialize this with a use client. And I'm not going to export this as a default function. I'm just going to export this as a function. And I want us to see how our homepage is looking right now when we import the header. So I'm going to go to my page, and just at the top here, just after opening the div, I want you to go ahead and just have your header. And when you click on the header in the components dashboard, header is automatically going to import. And just like that, we save this, and I want us to see how this looks. npm run dev. I want us to see the fonts change and how it looks. So I'm just going to remove the font sans here because it overrides. It's going to override the font that I've defined in my header, and I'm just going to have my font sans right here, just like that. And when I save and I open this is what I have in my landing page. The arrangement is not so perfect. You can see the difference in the fonts, but when I create my dashboard, it's going to have a different look. But for now, you can see what we have in our landing page, and it looks good. Go on to create some new components for the landing, for the home page, or for the dashboard. And I have the channel selector right here. Okay, I have the header, I have the upload form. What's remaining is assembling all these components into one page to create the simple dashboard. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just paste the whole component like this. I'm going to paste the dashboard just like this, and I'm going to import the header first. And I'm going to import the channel selector. Channel selector, just like that. And I'm going to import the upload form. Put the upload form just like that. Just like that, I've imported the components that are needed. So the thing that I'm going to do is now I'm going to launch my application, and I'm going to run npm run dev to have my application running on localhost 3000. And we are going to see what happens when we run our channel. So when we run our dashboard. So let me follow this link by clicking on control and clicking on my mouse, just like that. I get this beautiful landing simple dashboard. The landing page is basically our dashboard. I get this button right here to choose whether I want this to be public or private. I have a place to fill in my title, my description, and my execute upload. Wow, what a nice dashboard. And it's so simple, and we have our button to connect to a new channel. And the thing that is still confusing is why we are not fetching our channel. I'm just going to inspect on my browser inspect window, and I'm going to click on the network tab, and I'm going to refresh this page, And let's see why we are not getting the channels. It seems like they are loading, but they are not being fetched. There should be an error somewhere, maybe in our back. And I find the bug in my routers auth.py in my backend, and it's telling us we cannot import the HTML response. My apologies. We should export this. We should import this from our first API responses. We should import the HTML response just like that. This is how we should import our HTML response. So go ahead and change this. Don't import the HTML response from the first API. Import the HTML response from first API responses. And yeah, so we have fixed this error right here. And now everything should be running as expected. So let me go ahead and wait for the first API to detect the changes and reload the service again. That in my backend, and coming again to reload, I get my channel being loaded right here, and we have the channel right here, and we can also go ahead to test for this by clicking on connect auth, and we have our pop-up window open, and I can create another YouTube channel using my other account, which I must log in and connect to and create and connect to my YouTube channel. I'm going to leave this as a challenge to you to connect to another YouTube channel and see how the auth flow is initiated and the kind of feedback that you get. If you have followed every step that I have done, then you are sure that it's going to work. You're going to connect to a new channel, and the new channel is going to be displayed in this sidebar where we get our YouTube channel. Now, what I want to do is go ahead and post my first video using my UI, and I'm going to do this by having this selected. So the way you go ahead to post is selecting one channel right here on your sidebar, and when you click on this, you should now go ahead to fill in the form, the title, and the description. And now we are going to test for uploading our video using our Next.js frontend UI. So with me having my network tab still open, I'm going to go ahead and create my first video and post it to my YouTube channel using my amazing UI. Let's click on the execute upload button. This time this should work. So you can see the loading status of you can see the loading of the toast, and you can see how the toast respond nicely, and the feedback is so beautiful. So you can see we have one queued upload, and I just posted one video to one YouTube channel, so it's only one queued upload. If you had posted to two YouTube channels, it would be queued two uploads, but you only have one queued upload. So let me now go ahead and check my YouTube studio, and I should expect to see the new video being created. But we can quickly look at our logs. You can see that the status was a success, and this video has been created, and this is the video ID. Congratulations, you just posted your first video to your YouTube studio with our front-end UI. So I'm going to go ahead and check my studio to confirm whether the video is there. Here is my video, and I'm just going to look at the video details, and here is my video. So I have my video uploaded through my API, through my front end, and my front end is working, my API is working, and my backend is working. And you have created your YouTube posting automated system. Congratulations. And now we can go ahead and add the scheduled for option, so to allow you to schedule your video and post it at a later time that you want. So let's go ahead and create the remaining component. Make sure to update this status right here to our initial status that we just defined at the top right here. So which checks if we have a scheduled for, and if we have a scheduled for date time being sent, we a scheduled for date string being sent right here, we are going to have the status being scheduled. So we want to now for our scheduled for upload. We want to upload a video and have it scheduled for later. We created our past date right here variable and we defined it as a null. And we came here and we passed the string and turned it into a format that is going to be compatible with our database. But this past date is still grayed out, meaning that we never used it. So this will cause the video not to be uploaded at the scheduled for time because you're never passing it when you create the new video. So we're going to go ahead and create this scheduled for. It's going to be a past date, just like that. I'm going to save these changes and I'm going to now commit all of my changes to my database. And I'm just going to say updated the post endpoint video video upload to handle scheduled videos, just like that. I'm going to push this to my repository. Now make sure you save the changes, make sure you get this past date and add it to the scheduled for property so that when a video is being created, we are creating the scheduled for if we have the date. So come here and update this from being queued to being the initial status. Still at our backend, let's go to our auth py, and at our auth py, when we are sending the HTML response, we should not be sending it to our backend. We should be sending this to our front end, which is in localhost 3000, not localhost 8000. So this was wrong. This wasn't supposed to be localhost 3000. That's where we should be sending our post message. That's where we should be sending the feedback. That's where we should be sending this script, so that the event listener can pick it up and give us the right feedback and invalidate the queries and do the refresh and give us the toast. Now what we need to do is add a sleek date selector to our form and append the value to the form data payload. So I'm just going to replace my upload form with this new code right here. I'm just going to copy everything and I'm just going to paste in the new upload form. And with this new content, we can now see that we append the scheduled for if a user has picked a date, and we have this new date picker right here. Now the front end is ready to get a date and it's ready to go ahead and create a scheduled video that can be posted later. So I'm going to save these changes and I'm going to now go to my front end. And even before I proceed to my front end, we need to come to our hooks and our use smart tube, and we need to modify this hook right here. We need to modify the upload video hook to give us the right message when we upload a video, and when we upload a video for scheduling and when we upload a video for posting now. So remember, our backend returns a message when we schedule a video and returns a message when we post a video now. So let me handle this by coming here and having this on success, accept the data, and it's going here. We're going to have the data.message right here, and the data is going to be a type of any, and we are going to have the data message or the string that we have right there, just like that. So right now we are going to get the message from the server. So if you have queued a video, we are going to get the message, the right return message, and if we have scheduled a video, we are going to get the right feedback. And for the on error, I'm not going to change anything. I'm just going to get the error message and show it in the toast display. Default export, and you see when I have this default export, I'm bringing up an error because it's not a normal function. So this is not a default function export. I just want it to be a function just like that. When I save, the error is gone. Now let's run our npm run dev and open our browser to now test for scheduled video upload. And you can see here the new state for time travel. Basically, that's what I deem this as. And let's go ahead and now test our time travel feature. Let's see whether you can schedule a video, and let's see how it works. And the first thing that you're going to test for is connecting to a new YouTube channel, and you're going to see how this works. And the way you're going to do this is by clicking on the connect node button right here, and you see the pop-up window open, and I'm going to select a different Google account. Now, make sure that the Google account that you select is associated with a YouTube studio and a YouTube account. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So I'm going to click on my different Google account. The same questions that you were asked when connecting to your first YouTube account when you are testing this on our Swagger UI documentation offered by FastAPI. You're just going to click on continue, continue. And now, if this connects successfully, we expect to see a toast telling us that you are connected, and we expect to revalidate the query keys, which is going to refresh this sidebar right here. And one interesting thing about TanStack React query is that it's not going to reload the whole page. It's just going to reload the section that we need. So watch what happens when we successfully connect to a YouTube account or we successfully get an access token. See, and you see the revalidation, the query keys were revalidated and they were refetched, and immediately we see the YouTube channels refresh and we get our new channel. Wow, that's amazing. Now, we're going to do something very cool. We're going to schedule a video, one video, same title, same description, to two different YouTube channels, and we are going to have this posted at a later time when we want. So we can schedule these videos to be posted tomorrow at exactly 8 a.m. You can schedule these videos to be posted anytime you want, and that's what you're going to be testing for. So I'm going to go ahead and pick a lightweight video, a short video, not a heavy video. I don't want much lagging. I don't want much processing time. So if you want these to be quick, select a lightweight video. After I've selected my video like that, I'm going to come here and write my title, scheduled post, and then I'm just going to write this. This was scheduled and created by SmartTube Automation Center. Just like that. I'm going to have this set to a public, and I'm going to come here and pick a date. I also want you to observe how this button changes when we pick a time to post our video or we pick a scheduled time. I'm going to have my video posted 5 minutes later from now. So I'm just going to select 5 minutes from now, same date, 5 minutes from now. Look at that. Look at this beautiful UI UX. A beautiful UI UX design. And now I'm ready to schedule my deployment. I'm just going to click on the button and we should see the toast loading and giving us the smooth feedback. And wow, you get your feedback that now we have 2 uploads to our 2 different YouTube channels, and it's the same video being posted to our 2 different YouTube channels, same title, same description, same content. And now I'm going to come back 5 minutes later and show you the logs in my Celery, and we should see the videos posted on my 2 different YouTube channels. If you go to this point, you have created your YouTube automation scheduling platform. So checking my YouTube studio, I get this video that I scheduled. My logs show a success and I get my video, meaning that you've been able to create automation system and you have successfully created the scheduling automation platform. I leave this with a challenge that will make you even understand the application, the API, backend, and the frontend much better. I want you to link this disconnect button with its actual function. So I want you to allow a user to be able to disconnect their channel. I've already created the endpoint for this in my Google logout channel ID. So there's a backend, there's an endpoint for this, and the only thing I want to do is have this disconnect button have its functionality. So when a user clicks on the disconnect, they should get a toast that they have been disconnected from the account and this account is deleted in the database. I've already created the endpoint for this. So the only thing that you're remaining to do is figure out how you're going to configure this with the front end and how you're going to send this request to the backend. Challenge yourself with this challenge, and also when you go ahead to create your form, the user should have the form reload and reset when they have successfully posted their videos or they have successfully scheduled their videos. Go ahead to take on these challenges to help you have a better understanding and make this sink in. So when you do that, you will have fully created a fully working automation CRUD system. With that being said, I come to the end of my video. If you found this tutorial to be informational, if you found this tutorial to be interesting, if you found this tutorial to be educative, if you found this tutorial to be inspiring and to make you challenge yourself more, or you learned a new thing, please don't forget to like, subscribe, and come back for more. Remember, we're going to have a tutorial where I'm going to show you how we set up the authentication. In this application, we never set up a real authentication system. This was because this was not the aim of the tutorial. The aim of the tutorial was to show you how to create an automation platform. And we set this automation using Celery, Redis, FastAPI, and our Next JS frontend, which was just a dashboard, a simple dashboard to have a UI, a UX for the user to work with. Now, on the next tutorial, I'm going to come up with a full step-by-step guide on how we set up authentication using JWT, FastAPI, and our Next.js application. That being said, thank you very much for watching the video. If you watched it till the end, see you